Hello. It is time. Hey, Laughing Umbrella. I realized after I ended stream yesterday that I didn't actually thank you for following. So, assuming you're here, thanks for following. I don't know how I forgot, I just forgot. Alright. So, let me turn this down. Actually, that's already really quiet. Why is it? Maybe I just have my headphones too loud. So I was just looking at this. I got super distracted. I looked at Terrain 3D Discord before I actually started, which I probably should have waited till I started. But Aiden said, I found a possible cause for the instance or crash that was reported. And then he says, in Git raycast result, we try to access direct space state without checking if Git World 3D is valid. So this just sent off signals to my memory. What? I don't know what I'm saying. This just like screamed, oh, it's because they're doing physics inside of not the physics process. This was my commit. I sent this commit to them. I didn't put it in the real repo or anything. I just like linked it to the discussion. and said, I had a crash because I couldn't use on collision with instance painting because it would crash, and it would tell me, you can't access the physics, that you can't access direct space state because you're not in the physics process. And I also just remembered, I think something with Godot physics, I think it actually like makes it a null pointer if you're not in physics. I think that might be what, yeah, why we have a null pointer. I'll just mention it. I think in Godot physics, it may deliberately set these things to null pointer. Is not in the physics tick. I'll just mention that as well. I had to fix it by essentially just saying, if I call this method, I just check if we're in the physics frame, or if we have collision turned on and we're not in the physics frame. I set a boolean, which is a static local, and I defer this function call to the next physics tick. Physics frame. It works perfect for me. It fixed it on my side. There's this kind of extra check here because you're supposed to call is 0 approx before you normalize something. You're not supposed to normalize a value if it's near 0. That's just whatever. It's essentially, I just did the exact same thing in like three different functions, and that fixed it for me. So I just wanted to mention that. That's what I was looking at while I was like a few minutes. I literally could have started like 5 minutes earlier, and I just was looking at this. Okay. Hello, it is time, yeah. All right, so I've got to, all right. I think what I'm going to start with is go straight to Terrain 3D. Not doing my own tooling thing, because this is more related to something that I'm going to need. So I said I like to work on that as soon as possible for like a manual collision mode. Is there a way, can I hide that member list? Okay, what happens if I do this? Okay. Okay, you know what? I'm safe. This is safe. Okay. So this is Discord, this is public. I just want to read it out so that you can actually follow along. Okay. So I said I like to work on that as soon as possible in relation to cell collision. Turning individual cells on and off. I said I'd like to first of all, I asked if it's a feature, because if it is, then I want to work on it so I can have it officially and not unofficially in my own version. They said they want that. Awesome, I like to work on it as soon as possible. The only issue is I don't know what the API should be. I've given suggestions but no decisions. As soon as someone can just say, write these methods, I will do it. He just did it. So I'm going to go with this. I've been given the methods. I also said, could there be a method that accept a set of cells? So instead of just one region, one cell, it would be, I guess, a region and a set of cells, or maybe a set of regions. I'll have to figure that out. They didn't tell me what it should look like, so I have to come up with something that probably looks like this. Except a set of cells, like what get instance cells does, and what batch it all together as if it was part of a dynamic update. Yes, that sounds right. The decomposition will need changing too. What was that selection? Anyway, that's what I'm going to do, because that's very big. Okay. So I'm going to start by writing those methods specifically. Essentially I want this. I want to be able to just have this typed array vector 2i. I want this method. I want a method just like stop the instance collision, but I get to interject here. I provide this value, and it does everything. It does all the rest. So essentially, I will provide it a list of cells that I want to have collision turned on, and anything that's not in there, he said the decomposition would need changing too, so perhaps I would give it both cells to build and cells to destroy in a single call. Maybe I could do that. No, I think not. I think... Okay, I'll need to figure that out. I'm just going to keep it simple. Here's the two methods. That's an interesting copy. It just gave me like my emote suggestions. Anyway. These are the methods I am tasked with making. Let me just do that. Make sure I'm on the right place. So, yeah, so I want to go to... I guess I should go ahead and check what's going on with this right now. Okay, nothing new. I can probably... I'm going to leave this one open. I don't know why I'm clicking there. Go here. Here. Okay, nothing new. All right. So I'm going to make this as a send to, or as a commit to this one. So hopefully he'll put it in the actual PR. All right, so I have these methods. These should probably be public. I guess these should actually go down here then. Set instance collision. It's probably about here. I'm just gonna put these in their own thing. Does this return? Oh wait, he didn't give me like what a return value. Build instance or collision at cell. What should this do? A return. Should it return anything? I don't know what it would return. What do I want to know from this? I think I just want to make the assumption that if it's returned, then it's... Lighting sucks right now. If it returns, then they should exist. How would it... Alright, let me see if there's something that can go wrong. Destroy instance collision. I kind of missed that. Destroy instance collision. Destroy debug mesh instances. That's weird. But okay. It's weird. Isn't there stuff? Oh, there it is. Okay, I was going to say, isn't there caching things that this needs to clear? All right, I think I need to really take a look at this again and figure out RID instance map. RID to body to shape index. Active instance cells. Alright, I'm calling a method to build instance collision at cell. I feel like at the very minimum, I want to know if it was successful. So it should return a Boolean. How would I even... What would be my response if it's false? Nothing? Yeah, kind of nothing. I think there's nothing I can do if it fails. I don't know. I'll just write it. Void. Maybe as I write it, I'll figure out... The spacebar didn't work. I'll figure out... At cell. Okay. Here's something I'm going to say. I'm going to say this takes a global cell position. I think I'm actually going to say that. Does it take a mesh ID? Okay, they say, okay. I'll write it how they want it. Even though I hate it and I think it's really dumb. But I will get my own. I can have my own. Though I'm not really sure how that one's going to work. How the mesh ID is going to work. I'm not sure how that's going to work. Have I spelled this all right? Build instance collision add cell. Destroy instance collision add cell. All right. I probably... Public functions? I'll put this down here. Yeah, so they kind of have these scattered around a little bit. Also, I've noticed that they put public functions. This one is a public function. Not sure how they missed that one. Where's that destroy one? It's right in here. I don't know. Alright, but I'm putting it down here. Right after these. Scroll down. Yeah. All right. Collision has changed? What do you mean? What? What? Okay. What? What are you talking about? I'm literally editing the file right now. Has been changed. Yes. What changed? Literally nothing. I don't know what it's talking about. That was so weird. Set instance collision mode. Destroy instance collision. Where does this get called again? This is called somewhere, I forgot where. I think it's in... I think it's called by... I forget. Update instance collision. Yeah, terrain 3D, right here. This is, I assume, in the physics process. Underscore physics process. Okay. If collision and instance collision is enabled, I would call update instance collision. Is instance collision enabled? Let me check to make sure that's not being called. Okay, well, first of all, I want to go back to this file. If not, is instance collision enabled? Okay, so this check probably shouldn't be here. Okay, so... if editor and if we are in the editor and we're not in editor mode, return. Okay, I'm gonna leave that how it is. Although this is, I think it's really weird. What you should be doing is you should be checking for the value before you call the method. The method shouldn't be checking itself. This check shouldn't be here. Maybe this one should be here. Maybe not. I'm not sure. Probably not. It shouldn't be. It should not be checking stuff like this. When you call it, it should just assume it's in a place that it should be running. It should just try to run. Okay. Time. Okay, time is used. So the first thing it does is when I call build instance collision for a cell, I just want to ensure that it exists. It exists there. So create a static body if none exists. So this one probably needs to be pulled out to its own method. It definitely should be pulled out to its own method. So I'm going to make that a method. I'll call it I'll probably call it create instance colliders, create instance bodies. Right, create instance body. Or just like ensure instance body or whatever. Instance static body. I could throw in a different, I mean, this isn't stuff that's like wanted yet, right? I think this one's fine. Just write it like that. Ensure instance body. I will just put it. Get instance cells to build. I'll just put it somewhere. I don't know. I'd like to have it near the top. I'll put a little note here too. Then I'm just copying this from way down here. Replace it with a call to that. And then I'll write it the smart way the first time, where we return immediately if we don't have to do anything, instead of putting everything inside of a big if statement. Well, I don't know why I'm trying to do that. Just delete that line. Return. Probably accept a mesh asset ID when mesh assets can have unique layers and masks. VEID, void. Actually, I got it. I'll call it get instance body. And it will return an RID. Instance static body RID. Instance static body. Yeah. I could put it in at the same time, but I'm... Okay, I've got the plan. For now, it's just setting it. I actually call it setup instance body. That's definitely a better name, I think. Accept the mesh asset ID when mesh assets can have unique layers and masks. If this is valid, we return. Otherwise, we set it to this and do all the stuff with it. Okay, and then I just call setup instance body. This will set up instance body. Destroy instance collision at cell. So this would have... So active cells, active instance cells. All right. The fact that I have to scroll up and down so much is really annoying. Why can't they just... I think there is a way to collapse. Fold commands. All folding commands start with Z. The Z looks like a folded piece of paper. Okay. ZF. Operator to create a fold. ZC. Close, so Z capital C. ZC. No fold found. What? Okay, so I literally don't know how that works. No fold. What? And what was it? Why doesn't it just know? Delete ZD. So if I do... Okay. So what if I... Whoops. So what if I were to do this? Okay. All right. Nice. Okay. Well, now I know how to do that. It's still not very good. I wish it would like create folds automatically for function definitions. It definitely could. Anyway, that's already great help. That saves me scrolling literally 400 lines at a time. Okay, so we set up the instance body. And I'm just creating, I'm adding to my list of active cells, active instance cells, right? So instance build data. I need to produce some instance build data. And I would pass that to generate instances. And then I would basically give it no recyclable and no unused. I would just give it empty dictionaries, really. Right. So I need to produce some instance build data. Instance build data should have instance build data should have a mesh asset ID to a cell position to the global transform of the instance that it should have. So, given a region, given a cell, awesome. Let me try that one again. Okay. So given a region and given a cell, okay, I'm gonna keep going with this. My new tool, I can minimize things. So what I need to do is I don't really need to do that step. Get instance build data. So I know which mesh ID I'm checking, I'm running through. So I guess I could do this right away. I will have to figure out the cells per region. Okay, so I need the mesh instance build data. Let's start with that. I'm gonna need that. Okay, actually, literally the first thing I'm going to do instead is validate region, cell, and mesh asset. Actually, alright, you know what? This is probably a case where I know that I'm going to be returning a Boolean. I mean, no, actually. It's just an error. it's a failure to give a region that doesn't exist, a cell that doesn't exist, or a mesh ID that doesn't exist or doesn't have collision on it. So I can just print errors there. Let me get that minimized there. Okay, so first thing I can do is I can do this. All of this could be copied. I think I want to save. Actually, I guess this one's probably the easiest one to check. So for out of the range, this will be a log error. Use proper notation here too. Oh. Okay. I'll make these errors. Mesh asset is null. If the mesh asset is not enabled, this is also an error. Any issue, I'm just going to print that as an error. It should be on user code to not be sending things that it can't use. The only annoying part is that it would be slow to call this method for every single cell that you want, and for every single cell in every region that you want, and every mesh ID that you want, because it's doing these redundant checks that you've checked every time. It would be checking for, like, say I have 4 cells, it'll have to check this for 4 cells individually, because I only allow, the API only allows 1 cell at a time. So a lot of optimizations are lost. Okay. Check region and cell. So essentially I'm just getting the region and I'm checking that it actually contains such a cell. Should be something like this, right? Yeah. And then I would do... what happens if the cell doesn't actually contain... Maybe this is why it should return Boolean? There's just so many checks, I'm not sure. This is such a crappy function that they want. It's such a crappy function. It is straight up designed by committee instead of designed by someone who wants to use it. Hey, I have like a real use case. Can I make the function that I would like to have? Nope. We're going to decide what function you get. Why would you want it that way? Explains. Cool story, bro. We want it our way. I would love to like talk to them and maybe they'll figure it out, but check region and cell. So this should just be doing get region pointer. So this should be safe. It should be safe to pass something that's bad, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. Get region pointer if regions has... Okay, this is safe. All right. This is safe. It's an error. Could not get region... This is kind of a bad error message too. Could not get region... for instance building. Cannot build instances. I mean, is that is that just like needlessly repetitive? This is probably fine. Cannot get region, cannot build instances, and then just return. Okay. So then I already have cell location. Cell location should be local to that. So region get instances, that. If we don't have the mesh ID, if the mesh instance dictionary does not have the mesh ID, I'll just make this a warning. This should probably be treated like an error. Maybe this isn't an error. Maybe this actually is not an error. You know what? I'm going to say this is more like... It's not an error, actually. It's just straight up not an error. And I'm going to explain why it's not an error, because I don't trust them to believe me. Not an error. Fine. It's an error. It's an error. I'm not going to use this function. I'm going to write my own that I think is actually going to get used by somebody. Because it's, you know, the use case for why you want to do this, for why you would want to do this. Okay, it's an error. Cell. Now the cell. This should definitely be fine. Mesh instance dictionary. Get the mesh ID. If it doesn't contain this cell location, repeat cell. Well, okay, first of all, I'm going to check the region in the cell. Ensure the cell location could be valid. So here I do my cells per region will be cell size, region size. Okay, so I just have these two. And it would be just, I think, region size over cell size. And I'll actually move this up to the top. So if the cell 0 is less than, if either one of these is true, this would be a problem. Is that correct? I mean, it should be. Region size, cell size. I guess I can put these. Do I want to keep those? Do I want to keep those? Probably not, I think. I don't think I need to keep these individually. Actually, I think I do, because part of the generation process needs these transforms, which is the region location times the region size times vertex spacing. So I do at least need a region size. So I'll just keep them both. I'll just keep them both. There's no reason for me to try optimizing that. It will do that for me if I don't use it ever again. Region location, cell. Cell location is invalid. Components must be in the range 0 to blank. Oh, and this should be -1. Okay. This should be okay to silently return. Okay. So now I think I've done all the validation. The region is correct, the cell location is correct, the mesh ID is valid, it's a collidable mesh that's enabled, or it's a collidable mesh that's enabled, and the region contains at least one of them somewhere. All right. So then I essentially have to do this. I have to get the transforms, right? So I'm down here. Cell instance has, is that correct? Cell instance has cell, that's fine. And I'm gonna verify that cell location is computed again, right? Okay. So it's in local. Now I do triple, I get the transforms. If it's empty, I ignore it. And I can basically just copy all this, I think. But I think I might do this thing here so it's not leaking stuff that I don't actually need outside of it, because it is kind of... It is a bit weird. Okay, so mesh instance build data. I'm getting one ID at a time. So this is an error. Maybe I won't say it's an error. Missing instance triple data for region. It is region location, right? It's just not highlighting. And that's just the error. Transforms, no instances to add. Should be okay to silently return. That's what I'm actually going to do differently. Oh, yeah, I'll leave it like that. I already wrote it. Region offset will be region location times region size which is already a real. Oh, it's not. Cast it to a real, and then multiply by vertex spacing. So I need vertex spacing. Should be up here. Vertex spacing. Okay, make it an explicit local copy of region space transforms before mutate to global. And this would just be mesh instance build data. Mesh ID. And then I actually have to store it as a... I do have to store it like this, so I think I need a dictionary of cells. Yeah. Dictionary of cells. Cells. Just undo this back. Cells, cell position. And then do that. Okay. So I'm guaranteed to have some transforms here because I checked the size of this, and if it was 0, then we don't do anything, we return. So I'm guaranteed to have stuff here. So I think this is P mesh ID. Yep. Which I need to check on these other ones. Yeah. Why does it how does it decide when to highlight and when to not? Oh, these are all like need to be fixed. Just delete that, I don't need that. Mesh asset is invalid. Must be in the range. Yeah. Cell location is invalid. Components must be in the range there. Mesh ID, mesh ID. Region location, mesh ID, region location, mesh ID. Cell. This. Wasn't there a check up here? If the cell instance does not have it, just return. Yeah. And then I grab it. If it's empty, I return. If this is empty, I return. Compute the region location, global offset. Move them. Cells. Okay. Alright, so I now have mesh instance build data. Okay? And I can collapse that. So then what I do is, I think I just pass empty dictionaries now. Because recyclable and unused would just be empty. So I'm going to look at generate and verify that it's totally fine with these being empty. This one. Okay. And I hit, I don't know how I did that. It should be fine with these being empty. So I get the keys. So there should only be one. It'll do validation on it. Let me just... do that and look at all its usage. If we have it, then we put it in there. If we don't have reusable assets, which I think reusable assets is... oh, if this is not empty. Okay, so that wouldn't run. No shapes to recycle, create new ones. Alright, so that one's totally fine with running like that. Then unused instance shapes. If this one has it, then we do stuff. If we don't, then we creating it. Okay. So I can just pass in empty dictionaries. That's totally fine. It doesn't make any assumption about that. Okay, cool. So that's what I do. Oh, but it doesn't want references, so I actually have to give it... I can't do that. It does want references, so I can't just do that. Let me just check this again. Instance build data. Yeah, okay. I think it's called like recyclable and unused. Yeah, recyclable and unused. And that's all I should have to call, I think. Yeah, that won't do anything. Okay. Alright, cool. So that's all that needs. Now, destroy instance at cell. Is gonna be similar. Though it's probably gonna be more complicated actually, because more code from inside of both of these functions are gonna have to come out. This one and this one. I guess I would just have code here, and then I could just call destroy remaining instance shapes and just pass it all the shapes that I had. That's probably what I would do. Okay, so I'm looking at recyclable instances, is what I'm looking at. All right. Get unused, destroy remaining. So I probably don't need to look at this one. If we destroyed shapes, the body shape indices need to be updated. Yeah, there's like a lot of bookkeeping that's happening in the background that is annoying that I have to be considerate of and make sure that I'm running at the same time. The more code I can just leave to these functions, the better. So get unused instance shapes. Okay, this one I can probably... Right. That one I can hide. Recyclable instances. So this checks for any cells that are outside of our area, and then it looks to see if they exist, and then it just decomposes all of them. So this code, cell origin, instance cells, active instance cells. Okay, so cell. Okay, so cell origin is actually going to be alright, I'm just gonna have to copy that entire function because I literally need that whole function. I can't use that function at all. I have to like fully implement it again. So this cell origin is actually this cell but mapped to a global space. So I'm pretty sure, I've even written it before several times, that what I do is I take the local position, I add it to the region location times cells per region. Cell location, region location times cells per region, add at local cell position. Good, okay. So that's what I have to compute. Does that work? Oh, that also works, nice, okay. So... I don't have anything copied, right? Nope. I will need this. All of these. In fact, I'm going to run through all this code right here. I don't know how far down that way I'm going to go. I don't know all this I want. Put that here. She is valid and has some meshes. Colliders is what it should say. I think actually I don't really do that. I'll say this. Less validation needed. So really all I'm going to do is I'm just going to check if the mesh ID is negative. It should never be negative. Hey, Danon. Reason is that things may have changed and user things may have changed and and current assumptions may be broken. Just delete the shapes assigned to the mesh ID if we find any. Don't need that. Cell location is valid given the region size. I'm going to just convert to global cell position. Convert to terrain cell location. And I'm only checking if any of them are negative. Bonus must not be negative. Okay. And then I don't think I care about this. So we'll do vector 2i. Cell location will be plus region size times cells per region. Okay. All right. Making a castle in Blender today for a friend. Cool. I gotta adjust the window. Okay. So I get the region location. If it's not there, can I get region? Cannot destroy instances. And I should make it obvious where this is happening. So now I should have cell origin, active instance cells. So I can do a check here. I can say, if not active instance cells as I mean, do I even need? Actually, I don't think I need that. Actually, I think I literally don't need that at all. Okay. I can't wait to buy a ticket for the new Animal Farm movie. And buy all the action figures and toys for myself as I have no kids because I'm focusing on my career instead of family. What? Hey, Yulia. Every studio came out these past few days saying they're using AI after Larian said it. Yeah. I wish they wouldn't. It is absolutely just being shoved down everyone's throats. I don't know how the CEOs of all these companies just got like simultaneously all brainwashed and they all decided that they're all gonna force their company to use it. That's the part that sucks. Leaks of emails saying if you're not using AI, you will be fired. You have to use it for some percentage of your work, and we will be tracking you, and you will be fired if you don't. If you're not meeting our AI usage quota. That sucks. I'm honestly kind of, actually, you know what? I'm kind of glad I'm not actually in the industry right now because of that. I am, at this point, I am streaming, I'd say probably like 96, 97% of all the work on this game. The most AI usage I get is, because this is like a common search for me because I keep forgetting how to do it. The only thing I do is I'm like, oh, it's just called rebase, and then I click here and I go here. I don't spend more than like 5 seconds looking at the response. I just look at it if I know there's a command and maybe it can give me the command. Okay. I want to say this. The only good use for current AI is word lookup. If I just know roughly what a word's meaning is, or roughly what a function does, but I don't know its name, that's like the only time AI could be useful. Because it's literally designed to create word associations. That's literally what it does. I don't care if I see the final product. I think you should. That's why I think every game that has any amount of content, so any lines of code, any visual assets, and in fact, I would even say any story elements generated by a large language model should be disclosed. And I think anyone who sees that should not support the product. If I am like writing an essay and I'm like, gosh, I can't remember this word. If you're using it to literally find a word, because you already know the word exists and you just want the word, that's fine. But if you're writing a whole sentence, a line of code, anything, it should be disclosed as having been produced with AI, and you should not use it. Man, SYBAU. Okay. It will be on my Steam description. I will say this game contains 0 AI content. Because it does not. Not even good. I was looking for the voice actors who sign up for ARC Raiders to clone them. If you're looking up information, okay. Language models should literally just be treated like a dictionary. You should treat them like a dictionary. You should treat them like a friend who memorized the dictionary, but he's like 50% sure that he's remembering the dictionary correctly. That's what you should treat an LLM like. That's the best that's the best that they are right now. They fundamentally are not going to get better than that. If we don't have it, nothing room should be finally silent return. So then I do I'm not going to leave it const because I may be destroying it, so I'm not going to make it const. I'll call it cell instances, reactive instance cells, cell location. There's more to AI than general. Also, we need to stop calling it AI immediately. It's not. It's not. It is a language model. You give it a set of words and it predicts the next word. It's not AI. It's not AI in like any conventional way. It is like it's you have AI and then you have LLM and it's like totally outside of that set. It's not AI. Because it's even to the point where I can't even describe my zombies as like an AI system. I have to call it a behavior system. Because AI is like so associated with word prediction that it's basically what it is at this point. It's word prediction. It's pixel color prediction. Who are voice actors who sign up for ARC Raiders? Gemini help. Real answer is they did not disclose the names of the voice actors. They didn't disclose? So why? It's like making a movie and you're not putting them in the credits. I thought there were like voice acting unions, like the union for that. Actors who sign up for AI cloning. That's all I can think of. You don't have to disclose a name if there is no name. They come in, they read their lines, and you train a model. And then you don't have to credit them. And you can pay them less. You pay them for 1,000 words, and in return you get infinite words. Infinite lines. Cell instances. Okay, so this is keyed by... Okay, first of all, I can definitely delete that. I can definitely delete that. I can definitely delete that. This is keyed by the mesh asset ID. Not. Oh my gosh, I'm so brained. If not, cell instances has same thing. If I use AI programs to compress files, do I have to disclose that? A large language model to compress your file? I don't think you're getting that file back. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think you're getting that file back. It's gone. Would you train an LLM to replace me in chat? No. Alright. I'll say 2 good uses for it. Word lookup, like you're trying to act like you're reading a dictionary that was copied down by a friend who was half paying attention, and to laugh at as like a stupid joke machine. Mostly just like abusing the LLM to see like what it might hallucinate in response. You can do that. Is that the question? That's not the question. If I use AI programs to compress files, do I have to disclose that? My response is, you're not getting the file back. I'm trying to think of like a metaphor for that. If I pour water on my computer, do I have to disclose that I wrote my essay using a computer? Like, that's what you're saying. The answer is you didn't write an essay. You didn't do that, actually. That just didn't happen. You didn't because you destroyed your computer. You didn't compress your file because you destroyed your file. Talk like a politician sometimes. I don't think so. I think I give pretty direct answers. You didn't. You didn't compress a file is what I'm getting at. That didn't happen. The language model hallucinated a compression and didn't actually do it and will not be able to recover your file. All right, if it doesn't have the mesh ID, so then what I do is I say active instances mesh ID. I get the array. And then I say recyclable instance shapes for this mesh ID is equal to cell instances if we have it, we get it. This is going to be equal to cell instances mesh ID. And then I can do cell instances erase mesh ID. And then if cell instances is empty, so we deleted the last thing from it, then I can say active instance cells erase cell location. Okay. So we're grabbing it, which it's just going to be empty first. So we're just going to say this is equal to unused assets, which is equal to active instances array, which is equal to the cell instances mesh ID. A lot of indirection there for sure. And then I delete stuff as I need it. Okay. So remove shapes from active cells. Okay, so we grab recyclable. And then destroy remaining instance shapes, unused shapes. So this does get unused instance shapes. So I gotta go look at what that does and see what it's returning. Oh, unused shape. Shape type. Okay, one sec. I could probably drop the... Just a little bit, I guess. Right, okay, so unused instance shapes is going to be provided to destroy remaining instance shapes, so I need to see how it transforms recyclable instances into unused. Get unused shapes. So spare, these are the ones that are going to be destroyed, but they could be reused. So we go through each of these. This should not be empty. We should have something. Instance build data has. So we're going to say this doesn't happen. So we're going to say decomposing all but 0 assets of type. So we're going to do all of them. Instances to decompose, and this is the code that runs. M array is just that array. And we're putting those inside of unused instance shapes. Okay. So I'm just gonna copy the method, and because I may be able to. Oh wait, I think I might just be able to copy this. Actually, if I think about it, I should just be able to pass in an empty one of these. Because yeah, I think. Yeah, it is only used to track how many we should keep. So I actually just give it an empty array. And it should give me everything back. Okay. So it is this. Empty dictionary for unused function. Recyclable. instances. And then I erase it. If it's empty, then I erase that. Okay. So then I get shapes to destroy, and then I would just be calling destroy with the unused shapes. That's all it should do. And I'm going to look at what this method does. Destroy remaining instance shapes. It should just call free RID. So this one should run through. It won't have it, so it'll just be empty. It won't have it. There will be only one key, so it goes through one key. And then it will compute 0, so it will do all of them. It'll remove each one. And I guess this could be optimized at some point, so we're not doing pop back like that. We would just run through the whole array and clear it if the instances to destroy matches the size. I have not seen that before. There's just a trash truck going down the street, like, with a trash bin. I've not seen that before. I was just carrying it. If it's empty, we erase it from recyclable shapes, which is whatever. That's fine. Otherwise, we write it back. I mean, you know, now that I think about it, it actually is kind of slow. So I should probably pull this out of here, really. Because I know I'm going to be deleting the whole thing. All right. I'll pull this out because this could definitely run faster here. It absolutely could. Because yeah, what I would be doing is just doing pop back like constantly. So it looks like unused instance shapes, we're just passing in shape type in the instance, which is active instance cells. I'm taking it out of there, so I get cell instances. And then I store that. I store that ID into here. Should be able to hide this one now. Okay, this one apparently needs to be... Okay. Unused instance shapes. So this should be the key, which is a mesh ID. And that contains this array. And that entire array every array, or it contains RID. It contains an array of RIDs. So I would iterate through that. And then for each one of those, I would iterate this. So this array, this is the big thing. This is just what I saved on that mesh ID. That's what it is. So I'm iterating through the whole array. Okay. So this M array is the same thing that I stored here. So I won't be doing this. This will just be an array instead. Array. Which I always write that one backwards. So cell instances, instances to destroy. I will erase it. And then if this is empty, I erase it there. So now instances to destroy is M array. Okay. So I will do for int I 0 size is I'll write it this way. So this is a const typed array. Instance, which will be I. And then I do for and this will be shape count. Right. Funny. That's just really funny. The trash truck is going back up the street with the same container. What are they doing? Okay. And then this can probably all finally just go here. Shape type is in a bit of a weird order. Shape with invalid RID. For region shape or mesh assets. Is it mesh? Yep. Mesh asset with invalid RID for region blank at cell. There. And then just continue. Get the shape type. So this will be shapes to destroy. And I'll do I'll do it like this. Well, I mean, actually, I guess I don't have to do that. I'm not leaking anything here anyway. So instances to destroy is that. Destroy I. Get the shapes. Instance K. Shape ID. Unused shapes will be. This should be shapes to destroy. And I guess I can just call this shapes. I'll just delete that. I don't want logging for that. So then what does this do? Whoop. What does destroy remaining instance does? What is it? What a weird sentence I just said. So it will go through, it does this part. So this part, yeah, this part I don't really understand. So RID index map. It is used, I'm assuming this is generate, yeah. This is for recycling. This is reading. We do, okay, so we write to it when we create the shape. Right, okay. So we keep track of it when we make a shape. And then this destroy method will I don't really know what the point of that is, to be honest. But sure. I can probably go auto now. Nice. A little brighter. Yeah. Also, what's up with these like extra lines of just nothing? I don't know what the point of that is. Update our RID index map. So while I is less than get shape count of this body, I grab the body shape, instant static body, okay, this RID, and then I map it. What is the point of this? We do some reading here. If we don't have it, shape ID. Get shape, body set shape transform. Okay, I get it. No, I get it. So we have to get the ID and then we have to move it. We have to use that to move the shape. That's how this works. Which kind of sucks. But alright. Now I understand why that's there. So collect shapes to remove, shapes to destroy, and then destroy. I feel like this is such little code that it's fine to leave it here instead of calling the entire function. Because if any part of this, here's the problem, right? If any part of get unused instance shapes change, or if a critical part of this changes, or a critical part of recyclable changes, then I would have to modify the destroy function. But the critical parts are essentially this line. That's the critical part. Just that the active instance cell, this dictionary, maps a cell location to a dictionary of instances for mesh IDs. Like, that's the critical part. So if that layout changes, then of course this would have to change anyway. Or this would have to also change, and not just the recycle part. The layout of this, if destroy starts expecting a different layout to this, then that also changes. But this is a single for loop, and here's like this is basically the critical part of it, of the destroy. Or this is all the critical part. And then this is the critical part of recycle. So there's like, it's literally like 4 lines that would have to change. Or just the entire function has to change if the layout fundamentally changes in some more serious way. But then destroy, all that code is over here. Not there. Over here. Okay. I think I'm happy with this. I'll have to... This should be operating independently of any checks to see if something is enabled or not. So I guess instance needs to have no checks that it's enabled, which is good. It has no checks for that. That could be a problem. Oh no, that's not a problem. That's a debug mesh thing. That's fine. Yeah, that's all fine. Active instances dictionary. Yeah, okay. That's good. That's fine. All right, so I think the methods are written. Though I did move that out so that I could call this for build, which the line is right there, setup instance body. Okay. That code had to move out. In the future, this should probably accept the mesh asset ID when mesh assets can have unique layers and masks. All right. And I'm just really adding code. So I think in theory, as long as it compiles, it probably. I have to find somebody to test this, of course. Here's the other part that sucks. I'm not going to use this function. I'm straight up just not using this function. Ever. This is a terrible function. Because who is building one cell at a time? Nobody. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing one cell at a time. They're going to do like 100 cells, probably, at a time. And I think especially with destroying, they're going to do that in like a loop. And all these checks have to happen every time for creating. I was able to pull most of them out for destroying because it's not really... It's really just like if the data is there, then yeah, we should be deleting it. I guess I could protect you from going outside of your boundary. I'll do that. I'll add the protection for going outside of the boundary as well. Oh, that's not it. This one. If the cell location is less validation needed, should just do basic sanity checks. Reason is that things may have changed and current assumptions may be broken. Just delete the shapes, or just delete the shapes assigned to the mesh ID if we find any. And I'll put this like here. Convert to terrain cell location. I guess this is the case where you've made a terrain and you're like changing the number of mesh assets that exist. So I don't want the ordering where I remove a mesh asset and then I call destroy and then I check that the mesh ID I'm given is within the range of mesh IDs that I know about, because otherwise I've just immediately leaked stuff. And I would have to remove them from all the cells and then clear it from the terrain. So maybe that's something else. I don't want to force an ordering. I want to force as little ordering as possible from the outside. Convert to terrain cell location. This comment should actually be down here. Only check for negative IDs. Prevent going outside the cell region. Reasons that things the reason being shouldn't force a caller to remove all collisions prior to modifying because the state of the mesh asset doesn't matter for this function. You know what? I'm just literally going to delete the comment. Screw it. If they ask, I just say, it doesn't matter if the mesh ID is valid. It doesn't matter if it's a real mesh ID. It only matters if it exists here. It only matters if it exists there. That's literally the only time we use mesh ID. We only care about it if it exists there. If it doesn't exist, whatever. If it does exist, we want to get rid of it, for sure. We don't care if it's like, I mean, negative, actually like what, you know, whatever there. Just prevent, since we are mapping location, prevent going outside of the region. Prevent going outside the region. That's the only validation we need. It's just that. Nothing to remove, nothing to remove. Clean up memory. Cache. Collect shapes to remove, and then we destroy. Okay. should have it there too. All right. We have to do a lot of validation for that because we need to know about that stuff. Be short. Empty dictionaries for the generate function. Destroy sensor mapping. Do that. Destroy. Added those methods. Okay, right. And then the other thing I kind of forgot was to actually bind it as a public API, because otherwise you can't even run the method. So I need to do that. So I need... I guess I can just copy. Copy that. We'll be binding methods. I'll put them down here in their own section. So we will take a region location, cell location, and mesh ID. Okay, and I need to... I need to check what they call this. Probably data binding. So the API is like, or the documentation is consistent. Oh my gosh. Scroll. So get region ID, region location. Okay, so definitely called region location. Now I probably need to look at instancer to figure out what they call mesh ID. I mean, I can definitely guess it, but I want to be certain that I'm using the same name. The same wording. Maybe they call it a mesh asset or a mesh ID. All right, it's mesh ID everywhere. Okay. Cool. This should just be... destroy instead. Just take a region location. Okay. Yeah, so I would just set it to be disabled, I think, and then I would have to call these methods myself. So I'll set up a small script that just tracks my position and essentially is going to do what the other thing does, and just... Actually, I can just figure out what cell I'm in and just build that, and when I leave the cell, I destroy the one I had built before, and I build the one that I'm currently standing in. And that should just work. So I feel like the word disabled, I'm going to ask a question. Okay, I'm gonna ask about... I'm just gonna tag him. I don't really know how to... what messages to reply to. For these methods, should they reject the call if instance collision is disabled, and thus it's disabled / require setting a manual mode. Mainly because it sounds weird to disable instance collision in order to use these methods without the automatic updates squashing any changes made. So basically I'm asking the question, do I need to make a new thing here? Do I need to make a new type? Because I think I do. Because in order to use this function, I would have to set this to disabled, and then I can reliably call these methods, knowing that Terrain 3D isn't going to overwrite my work. Because if I call destroy instance collision at cell that I'm standing inside of, and it's turned on, as soon as I move, probably not even as soon as I move, probably like literally the next tick, it's just going to put it right back. So deleting them will just do nothing if it's turned on. And manual sounds weird. I think it should be... instead of disabled, it should probably be called disabled, automatic, and disabled, dynamic, and then automatic. Right? Maybe something like that. The third mode, disabled, dynamic, and manual. Yeah, okay. All right. Instance collision manual. So that's what he's just said. He's just said there should be manual mode. This should be tracked somewhere. Instance collision mode. Dynamic game by default. Okay. In the end, yeah, that's what I thought too. He said if we're not in manual mode, we should reject the call. So you have to have manual turned on to call this method. All right. Is instance collision dynamic mode? I guess this could just be a new thing. Editor mode. And I'm going to say manual is just always. So you would be responsible for turning it off in the editor yourself. When you're running in the editor. Enabled, it's greater than disabled. Okay. And then I guess the question is, should it count as enabled? I guess I would do a check and a not manual, or is dynamic to call it. So in terrain, I have to open a tab. I guess I could have just opened it right there. I didn't need to do that. Instance collision dynamic. Copy that. Here. Paste that. If collision and collision is instance collision dynamic mode, update instance collision. Cool. And that reads like this line up here now too. So that's good. He's still writing, I'll let him type. My other question is, what happens if we change? So I think currently when we actually, I mean, it's probably already handled, right? If we change mode, we just delete everything. I think that's probably what happens. Should be somewhere here, right? Set mode. Set instance collision mode. I guess I'm just blind. Collision mode, destroy instance collision. Which should delete everything, right? Destroy instance collision. Destroy debug meshes. Instance static body is valid. I go through all of them and I free them all. And I would clear active instance cells. And I should also be clearing that map, shouldn't I? That map should also be cleared here. I just pushed an update including your latest changes and noticeable testing that vertex spacing changes are not working properly. The shapes generate in the right place. The distance check doesn't seem to account for it. That is weird. I'll take a look at it. Thanks. Okay. I'll remember that later. I'll do it later, but I'm not gonna do that now. This RID index map. RID index map is probably intended to be cleared as part of this, but it's not. So we do it in destroy remaining instance shapes, essentially clearing it. Or this is just updating indexes, which maps the static body shape RID to its shape index. Yeah, it maps an RID to an index. So anytime I remove an RID, I should be removing it from this map. Interesting. That's also missed. That's actually missed here. When I free a shape ID, I should be clearing it from this. Yeah. Because we're only ever adding whenever shape ID, shape RID, shape RID. We're creating a shape, and then we store it to the ID. So we should be, when we remove the shape, we should be erasing it. I'm assuming erase, it's standard dictionary erase is just to only guarantee that when the call returns, that key doesn't exist. It doesn't specify anything about whether or not it should error if the key doesn't already exist. It should just... So I'm going to look at what they document this method as, and they should just say exactly that. They should literally say exactly that. If it exists, returns true. That's also fine. You can also do this. Do you want to erase entries while iterating over the dictionary, which I'm not doing at this point? It only exists here, which is fine. I'm just erasing them, and then I'm updating their IDs. Alright, so that was a mistake there. But then destroy instance collision should also be clearing from here. And we just make it an invalid RID apparently. Yeah, this should definitely be cleared. If we do that, this should definitely be cleared at the end of this call. Absolutely. Okay. That should be that's a legit memory leak right there. And that could cause RID clashing as well. If you have enough of them and you're running around the map, it's possible that could end up having a really bad clash. Where it tries to recycle a shape that doesn't exist anymore. Or, I mean, yeah, that's exactly it. It tries to just recycle a shape that doesn't exist anymore. Because that's how it reads it. Or possibly moving a shape from a totally different object. Because it might just be that I erase something and then I create an object later that just happened to be given the same ID there, and then it thinks, oh, this shape exists. Let's move that one. Okay. So yeah, I just had to check that doing that properly deletes it. And I think at the end of this file, okay, that's what happens there. But then here I have to do this. Okay. Now we should be fine. Instance collision mode. This one also has to be fixed. Manual. 0, 1, 2, 3. Order's the same here. 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So this is changed to, is instance collision dynamic mode? Oh, I have to reject it if we're not in manual. Is instance collision manual mode? It says with a warning message. Should probably actually be an error message. When instance... Okay, well, I only know the name of from down here. Instance collision manual. Okay, and then up here, the method build instance collision at cell is only available when instance collision mode is equal to instance collision manual. All right. Okay. Some fixes there. And okay. I'm going to save those for a separate commit. I'll make this commit first. And then I'll make... In fact, yeah, I'm going to do that right now. I'm just going to make that commit right now. Interactive. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. 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 All right, so I'm going to send this. This map grows indefinitely. Now it will clear keys as shapes are removed. I can't do that yet because he said there was updates. So I should be able to do git pull. Hopefully no conflicts. Damn. Git pull rebase. Unstage changes. Okay. So then I'll do it this way. I will commit these, and then I will rebase on top of it, and hopefully I'll fix any conflicts as they arise. Remove index mappings as shapes are destroyed. Okay. It should just be everything from source now at this point. And then also I need to make sure it builds. So I'll do the commits and then I'll pull those commits. I'll cherry pick them back and then try building it. And then send anything back over that failed. Hopefully this one should just be fine though. but there's definitely a chance that I typoed something somewhere. Also add new APIs for... I'll just say this. Okay. Switch over to here. First I want to do get log. Okay. And I will switch over to here. And then I will cherry pick these back. Okay. And then I will do build. What? Interesting. Okay. So this would be like vector2i dot 1 times this is what I have to do. Okay. So let me just switch back. Yeah, I know. Switch back, line 1204. Down a little bit. This line, okay. So cell plus an integer was bad. So I think I can just do vector 2i. One. Okay, I gotta go look at it. How does this work? Oh, it's not a thing. Okay. It's not a thing. So I gotta create a vector 2 out of 1s and then multiply it with that. Okay. Yes, I really want to write it. Okay. All right. Amend the this should have changed. Copy that. Before I do that, I don't have anything that could be overwritten, right? Yeah, I should not. Okay. All right. Okay. That's a really roundabout way of fixing a bug, to be honest, but... Damn. I really messed that up? Oh, there's like some stupid debug things. Okay. Well, I wish it just gave me all of the errors right away instead of doing that. So switch back here and I will reopen it. And it was just debugs in one of these. Was it literally only that line? It actually was just that line, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay. So I'm on instance collision. Okay. This is like a really awful way to do this. Choose popcorn while reading chat. You reading all the stuff from like an hour ago? Okay. Copy that. Your branch is switched to branch. Okay. I just need to make sure. I need to like really carefully read that before I do this. Or I could literally lose that entire commit if I do this wrong. Okay. Now, please. Awesome. It builds. I'm just going to assume it works. Reading chat now, and it looks like me and Dan are playing. I mean, what you were, right? No. Nope. Alright. It builds. I guess I should at least... Well... Okay. So here was what I needed to do, right? So I need to... I shouldn't test this yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do... git pull rebase. Wrong thing. Git switch instance collision. It'll tell me I have 3 and 2 different commits respectively, which is nice. Very little things to do, so I should just be able to do git pull. I'm assuming rebase. I hopefully don't have to give it in interactive mode. Crazy. Okay. I might have actually expected that this one probably would have clashed. Okay. So I want to go look at what changed. Rebasing, it was just as easy as typing in rebase and hitting enter, and it just did it. That's to Olmec, who won that fight. You guys weren't fighting. Dan was mad at me for things questions I was not answering. Alright, so what changed? This came in. The weird thing is, I don't know if, like, did he change something? I guess I can just look at it and see if it looks correct. Everything should be vector 2i's except for that one. That one's correct. And then it's very simple. All that went away. Is the referee. Him not fighting and still being the winner. I mean, sometimes that's how it is. The winner is the one who doesn't participate. So I guess technically Yelia won because he wasn't actually participating. So we'll say that. We'll say it was Yelia who won. They were just spectating. Oh, he said that this one didn't consider vertex spacing. Which I guess I wonder if it's meant to be divided? Oh yeah, it's probably meant to be divided by vertex spacing instead of multiplied by vertex spacing. Because if you're at 0.5, it should effectively, well, I don't know. Something. Who did I say they? Dude, I just used the term. I'm using the word correctly, okay? I know when I said it. I remember now. I'm just using the term correctly. You know, it's like good practice to like mix your words, right? Especially in writing. Don't start every sentence with I. Don't start every sentence with he. Use a name sometimes. Use he. Start with a different word like a verb. Right? It's just how I talk. Alright, I'm going to assume he didn't go in here and modify something. I'm just going to make that assumption. But I guess I don't know that. This is a weird change. That's weird. Oh, no. I remember why it's weird, because it's like deleted a whole bunch of stuff up here and it's just that git diff sucks. That's why. Git diff just sucks. I kept that. Nice. Okay, so he must have just taken the whole commit straight up and not touched anything. A Vu moment. Maybe that's how I fix it. I just start speaking French. And then I can just say, sorry, I don't know the language very well. Instance collision. Okay, I'm gonna assume that's like an auto formatter he has that deleted that line, but you should have seen that and been like, not committed this line change, but whatever. Okay, that doesn't, this is like kind of doing nothing, really. I don't, wait, why? Oh, because he's adding the lines. Okay, there are lines being added here. This is apparently in vertex spacing. Yeah, I guess so. Alright. So now that my changes have rebased on top of it correctly, I should just be able to do get status, get states status. Remember someone told me, I barely know English in college. Yeah, it is a very American thing. As far as I'm aware. Maybe it's also was also in, I mean, I guess it should have also been in, like, British English too. Because they are the same language. It is in Spanish? Okay. Is it a borrowed word, or is it like a word that they made up? Because if it's just borrowed, then I wouldn't say it exists in the language. Okay, so I should just be able to get push. Oh, yeah. Get push. Get gush. Get push force. Cool. Alright. Now I need to fix my other branch, so I need to switch to instance collision. And essentially, how is he doing this? I think you just have a couple commits. I think you just have a couple commits. I'm gonna check if these commits are in mine, because they should be. They are. All right. So my instance collision, I might just be able to drop that. Well, no, because it's just, that one's just going to be a rebase of a rebase. It's going to be this one with that branch added on top of it, right? Okay. So switch to instance collision, get log. I'm going to reset to this commit. There. Okay. Now I'm going to let me do this. Let me see if I can cherry pick a range of commits. I think there might also be a way to use rebase to do this. Transplant. So I could move. Okay, I actually don't. I actually have no clue. Let me just look for this one. A commit by some existing commits. So can I do multiple commits Specifying a range will feed all commits arguments into a single revision walk. So I guess I would do ... The color black is interesting. In Spanish, I should say it's that. Yeah. I've seen the crayons. You pick up a Crayola crayon. You pick up the black Crayola crayon. You get the words. They just print them right on there. All right, so I guess I would do commit ... or range of commits. I'm assuming it doesn't matter which order I put it in. It's probably smart enough to figure out what I mean by that. So I think I go here. I should go here. And grab this. Here. Copy that. The order shouldn't matter, right? It definitely shouldn't matter. And then I'll cherry pick those other ones on top of this. Okay, it did something really weird there. Could not apply build from cell audit and shape recycling. What do you mean? Is it doing it correctly? Build from cell audit and shape recycling. This one failed. Okay. Alright, so the order's coming in correctly? I'm guessing the range also means the order? I don't know. It might matter. It's Latin. So terrain 3D collision has a problem. There it is. What? This whole section's bad? What? Wait, where does it end? Oh! No, I'm not paying attention. That's the end of it. The start of it... What the hell? Just this whole thing conflicts? Are we serious? Literally the whole thing is a conflict? What are we talking about? Okay, so it looks like the order matters. It looks like the order, like, seriously matters. So... abort. There's literally no reason any of this should be a conflict. That's kind of insane. So the order matters? I don't... Commit. A range will feed to a single revision walk. This is main. Maint. Apply the changes introduced by all commits that are ancestors of master, but not of head. Maint. Maint? What is maint? What is that word? What is that? What is that word? Ancestors of maint. Why did they use that as an example? Delisted the Horizon Zero Dawn ripoff game? Funny. What the hell is this? Master to next. Next. Ancestors of maint or next, but not master. Okay. Arranging commits. Consequence of cherry picking for future merge. A should be older than B. But no, it was just totally wrong. It was completely wrong. That's the weird part. It's just completely wrong right now. All right, let me check this. All right, let me go back to this one and compare the logs really quick. Okay. So this is the last one. Differs crash. It's to F58. Okay, so it's different here. All right, so what I should have is we started terrain double, so yeah, started terrain 3D double. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do list. Okay, I'm going to switch to main. I'm going to pull main. I'm going to rebase zombie game on top of main. Rebasing 1 of 5 commits. Does that make sense? So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 commits. Okay, so that makes sense. Okay, cool. All right, let me actually do this. Let me actually do... I am up to date with that. Okay? So do git fetch. Did he just do this? But I didn't expect to actually see anything there. Get pull. Okay. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. I want zombie game to look like instance collision does right now. That's what I want. So get switch zombie game. Get rebase instance collision. I want it to look like this one. Okay. Now I look at my log. So I have instance collision. This is interesting. So some extra commits here. You know, that's probably fine. Probably fine. And then here's my things. So turn 3D double, build script, fixing that, fixing that, fixing that. Okay. All right, I'm gonna do a build. Make sure that still works. All right, nice. Okay. So I'm gonna force push this branch back. All right. So now zombie game is just, it has everything. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete that branch. I don't want to work on that branch anymore. I am working on my capitalized one. And I'll pull things over into zombie game whenever I have changes there. And so now I'm not managing 3 branches, I just have 2. Okay. So I need to look at... There's a way to delete the branch remotely. Push the remote name branch name. Okay. List of branches. All right. Get push the remote name origin instance collision. Because instance collision was essentially like a second version of zombie game. All right, cool. So get branch capital D, right? Okay. All right, now it's gone. Okay. So then okay, so apparently it says I have 2 commits here. Get what? I have 2 commits. But that is on origin. That's where it's at. I'm confused. What does it say? Is ahead? Is it about to tell me already up to date or something? Okay, very silly. Very silly. Not sure why I thought that. Okay. Now, this one is gone. It's gone. Instance collision is... I'm 1-to-1 now. And zombie game should also have those as like the last commits. Or these are sitting on top of this. And then these commits are here. Okay. And I guess some extra ones got in the middle. that's whatever. I don't care. Also, is this like constantly rewriting the history? It is. Alright, 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 alright. Alright, now a bug, apparently, where the vertex spacing isn't being used correctly. I think it's probably because it needs to be divided in some places, but multiplication is, in general, the way that it's supposed to go. So look at how spacing is used here. Alright, so yeah, they divide it by... descale snap position by dividing it by spacing. So now, is that happening here and it's just... Because that operation was done because we thought, or I thought we needed to... Okay, so I gotta reload that. I think I get what's going on. Okay, yeah. So snap position is already relative to the grid. So technically I don't need to include vertex spacing at all. I will ask. Looks like the target snapped pause is already scaled by the vertex spacing. The distance check. The shapes are in the right place. The distance check doesn't seem to account for it. Okay. So does that mean when... Alright, yeah, I get it. I don't need to ask him. I don't need to ask him. I get it. I see what's happened here. So snap position is already scaled by vertex spacing. So I don't use that whenever anytime I'm using snap position, I'm not using vertex spacing because it's already accounted for. Alright, so I should be able to scroll through all of this and just read through it. Get into cells to build. So yeah, vertex spacing is highlighted, so I should be able to see that everywhere. Cell location. Snap position is already relative to this. That's correct, though, I think. The cell center is not correct. So this is already scaled by vertex spacing. This is divided by vertex spacing. So I think that means I just... Why did that delete the whole line? Whoops. Okay. I just don't do that, I think. So vertex spacing is 2. I divide... Let me see what snap to grid does exactly. Is it snap to grid? It's a mysterious function. So vector 3 position. So we take that, divided by shape size, and add 0.5 and floor it. So that's rounding up, I think. Then I multiply that by shape size. Shape size is 16. I think you're allowed to modify it. Set shape size. Right. You're allowed to modify it. It's clamped between 8 and 64, and then it looks like we run into a multiple of 8. So you can do 8, 16, 32, 24, all of those. Okay, so it's snapping it to a grid position. I guess what I should really look at is look at the generator for just regular mode and see what that's doing with the snap position. And it should be copied. So update snapped position is the exact same thing that I get. Skip if location hasn't moved to next step. So I guess if we haven't traveled far enough away to load anything, then we don't do anything. Okay. So snap position is in units of the shape size, which is maybe actually wrong. I think that's actually wrong. The way this calculates the position is wrong. It should be, oh, I guess that much is correct, actually. So never mind. This is still a thing that needs to stay here. So snapped position. Get region. Let me see what that does. What? V2 to V3. Which, I mean, this should actually be V2I, V3. So that's a bit weird that it's not written that way. Yeah, V2I, V3. Because otherwise it's going to create a vector 2 and cast it, and then it's going to do that. So V2I, V3. And get region location for a global position. Okay, so this is still in global space. This must mean it's in global space. So snap position is just a global position, but aligned to the grid, the shape grid, the shape size grid. It's aligned to this grid. Okay. So that's what snap position is. It is a real global position. It's just snapped. So I should just treat it like it's a global location. Okay, so snap position. At the grid offset, which that shouldn't be doing anything. But this cell center. So I think, actually, yeah, maybe it's just supposed to be divided by It might. That's probably what's supposed to happen. It's probably meant to be divided. So the cell is like 1, 2, 3, which are increments of 16. So I go to like I go to halfway, I go to the middle of the cell. I multiply that by the cell size, which is, for example, 32 meters. So now I'm at 16, 16. And this still needs to be scaled by vertex spacing. So if vertex spacing is 2, I need to divide it by 2. If vertex spacing is 0.5, I need to multiply by 2, which would just be the same thing as dividing by 0.5. Okay. So I'll write it like that. It's probably meant to be divided. Alright. And then, yeah, likely the same thing again. I should be dividing. And then I don't think that's used anywhere else. So it's used down here for the offset, which is correct. So if my vertex spacing is 2, I would need to translate it further. Yeah, so that multiplication is correct. And that's the only place that's used. Alright, so yeah, I think it's just that it needed to be divided. It was supposed to be divided instead of multiplied. So I'm trying to go from a relative terrain position to a global position. Snap position. If I'm at 2 and vertex spacing is 2, that means I'm actually at 1. So snap, okay, that's actually what happens then, right? So snap position comes in as their global. What? Wait, what? Is snap position aligned to vertex spacing? So get collision target position. This is global world. Unless collision target position is coming in as being multiplied by vertex spacing already. And then we're dividing it. Alright, I guess I gotta go look at that. What this method does. Get goal position. Okay, so then it calls get clip map target position. So I'll look at this. Camera, get global position. Okay. Target position, global space. Then we map it. We scale it by the vertex spacing. So if vertex spacing is 2 and I'm at 2, snap position is going to come back as 1. It's going to say I'm 1. Alright, that's good to know. So it's already scaled by it, which means I think I don't do this at all. I think I just take, I was correct. I just take this out. The cell location is already aligned, doesn't even consider vertex spacing. Snap position also doesn't even consider vertex spacing. So I should just be taking that out entirely. This just shouldn't be here. And in both places, it's only used for a distance check. It's not used for any storage. Right. It's just a distance check. Okay, cool. Okay, and there's that change as well. Yeah, it should have just been removed entirely. Okay. A fixed distance check. Was mistakenly factored into the distance check. It was already factored out by a snap pause. Okay. That was a mistake. Okay, so I switch here, and then I'm going to that commit. Build it, and then I'm going to test this. And hopefully that was the right thing. It just shouldn't be included at all in those distance checks. Okay. I am a little curious though, if after deleting that, it's no longer needed in this method at all. It's actually not needed in this method at all anymore, so I'll leave it for now. I'm just going to remember that I don't need it there, and after I test it and verify that I did it correctly, then I'll get rid of it. And I am getting hungry. So I'm going to get food soon. Alright, so technically vertex spacing is just like, I'm free to change that. I'm totally free to change that. So they shouldn't break anything. I mean, okay, it's literally just gonna scale the terrain. That's all that this does. That's all it's supposed to do. So if I go to, okay, let me turn on dynamic. Okay, so that's weird. That's weird. Why is it not there? That means I made a mistake here with binding. What? Why is it not there? I'm super confused by that. But I did it correctly. It's right there. It's manual right there. I didn't put it on terrain. It's actually here. This was... Which maybe it shouldn't be an option from the UI, but... Whoops. I guess there's an argument that you can make that it shouldn't be. You shouldn't be able to set that from the UI. It should be an in-game thing that happens. You would start with it disabled and then set it to manual. No, you kind of need to, because that's the only way you're going to get. If I have like a tool that I'm testing in editor and I want to see if it's working, I have to be able to set that. Okay. All right, well, git status, git switch, instance. Check the log. Can I amend a specific commit? Not really. I mean, I can. I'll just check to see what it gives me. To modify commit, run this. Pick to edit. Okay. Git commit amend. Okay. I have unstaged changes. Okay. Edit. Cool. So I'll just be adding the option here. I didn't mean to write quit that, but whatever. Okay. All right. Cool. So I went back and I just fixed that commit, is what I just did there. So if I go look at this PR, it now has this commit, which has in terrain 3D, that change and this change. Okay. Now I'm going to git log. Okay, I should just be able to write git rebase instance collision. And some weird things might have just happened. Those are my fixes. Up to image imports, add manual mode. Okay, it's all good. Okay. And I just realized I wasn't supposed to force push that, but whatever. Because I hadn't tested it yet. I'm assuming he's not going to, like, immediately merge it while I'm doing this. He's going to, like... He's going to wait. Or ask me if it's tested or something like that. Okay. A lot of Git magic happening. I should have closed this before I did that. Okay. Now I can finally test it. I should just be... I really did that because I just noticed that I messed up and I didn't put in the manual option, so I needed to modify all that stuff to get it there in the right place. And because it seems like he's cherry picking and squashing in weird ways. Fix the commit itself. Okay, so I'm going to change vertex spacing. I'm going to put it on dynamic and change vertex spacing, or paint some trees and then change vertex spacing. Okay, sorry about that. So I'm going to paint these trees here. One day I'll figure out what this weird bug is. Just give me, okay, give me high density, please. Okay, the edit key doesn't work. Okay, now it works. 5. Bam. All right. So I don't know if these move when I change this. All right, so I should be able to turn on dynamic editor. So now this should just match. Okay, so that looks correct already. I guess I actually need a lot more than that. So oh, lag. Yeah, so that being on with dynamic editors, lag. Really bad lag. I'm trying to make this area larger. So I can have a pretty clear... So it's pretty clear where it goes and stops, and I'm apparently placing them on top of each other too. Alright, so I actually don't know what happens to these instances when I change vertex spacing. I'm guessing they should move. So vertex spacing is 1. I'm just going to type in 0.5. This should make it smaller. Yep. And they appear to have moved. And... is that just totally broken now? Hmm. If I go over here, will I see them turn on? I mean, this is where I was. Okay, I'm gonna just hit save and reload the scene, I guess. Hmm. Because these are basically on the 0 axis, so as I like go forward, I should see them light up eventually, right? But I don't. I never see them light up. Alright, so that wasn't right. Let me see if 2 works. It is pretty weird that it just doesn't work at all anymore. Maybe I should just try reloading the project. I'm not sure what vertex spacing is doing there. It seems like I think it should something. I should get them eventually. I should get them to show up somewhere. And I feel like I'm definitely traveling far enough away for this to be happening. Okay, let me just go back to 1 and see if it works when I set it to 1. Okay, so it immediately works when I come back over here and it's set to 1. What do I like 0.9? I've condensed it slightly. What happens? Okay, so it's definitely thinking I'm in the wrong place. Ah, okay, so it's getting too small. It thinks I'm in the wrong place and it's getting too small. Because I'm inside of some cells over here and it doesn't think they should be loaded. So was it dividing? Okay, so I've made it... Let me make it slightly larger. And they should appear behind me. Yeah, so I'm in a cell that should be loaded and it's not loaded. So they're appearing slightly behind me. Also, but I wonder, like, why does it... It's getting smaller again. Ah, okay. So it gets smaller in both directions. And it's lagging behind me. So in some way it thinks I'm standing over there and my radius is getting smaller. All right. Okay, I'm gonna get lunch now. And think about this. It's definitely really weird. Something really weird is happening. Because there's a point where I got like nothing to show up. Yeah, that cell lights up and then there's nothing. That cell lights up, nothing. Something really weird happening. Definitely. It's like the radius gets smaller as I move away. Okay, that's also weird. Okay, so those two lit up. Only this one's lit up. Okay, no, there's just something. Yeah, there's something just really weird happening. I thought you ate. Nope, I have not had lunch yet. Alright. I will be back. This is strange. I'm just gonna have to go look at this code for what they do normally and figure out why it's wrong elsewhere. I think it's just, maybe it is just this calculation is incorrect. It shouldn't be doing this for that. Okay. I will be back. I almost clicked stop streaming. That was not the button I should click. I'll be back. I'm back. I've got food. And a lot of things to look at. Well, I'm gonna message him. I'll message him directly. I need to tell him that. Okay. Because I'm pretty sure, yeah, if I go here, yeah, this is not, that's not the fix. Okay. Alright, I just want to make sure you knew that before, because it's going to be a while longer. Alright. Okay. Looked at that one. Alright, so this. Right? I gotta get the dislike counter back. Okay. Yes. I am catching up now.
I've got bad news for you.
Yeah, of course you do. Zombies are real. I need new pants.
Famous last words
All
in
right.
a zombie apocalypse.
They can't hurt us if they can't catch us.
We gotta get out of here right now!
Let's go, Commando.
Alright.
Zombie is redundant. I prefer Homo mortis.
We're gonna have to tone this shit down for the movie.
Homo mortis? Is that what you said?
Look! More sludge shit! It's a zombie apocalypse!
Dude.
Fuck that.
They did announce a zombie game at the Game Awards, man. Damn. They announced zombie game already.
Of course you do. Zombies are real. I need new pants.
Famous last words in a zombie apocalypse.
They can't hurt us if they can't catch us.
We gotta get out of here right now!
Let's go, Commando.
So this looks like
Zombie is redundant. I prefer Homo mortis.
Homo mortis.
We're gonna have to tone this shit down for the...
Did they list the game at the front at the
I've got
start?
bad news for you.
Yeah, of course you do. Zombies are real.
Is it World War Z? The game, not the movie. There's a game where the whole pitch of it was that they have literally thousands of zombies. Maybe not thousands. Hundreds of zombies on screen at once. Cool. Yeah, so I gotta make sure I release mine before this game comes out. Right?
More sludge shit! It's a zombie apocalypse.
Right. Cool. That's cool. I like that it's funny on purpose. That's a good thing. It's a good thing to be funny on purpose and not funny because you're just oblivious. Cool. Good trailer. It's really short clips, but you know, it's like it's showing you what's gonna happen in the game. Like, this is cool. You're not just watching cutscenes and they're not telling you about their story, like some trailers do. They just completely forget the fact that they're trying to show you a game, and instead they just make it like a movie trailer. Nice. I need new pants. No way you'll finish before then? That's literally, I have to release my game before that game. If I'm not done by that point, then I failed. Like, it genuinely happens to be that release date lines up with a year of development for me. If I go to master, I'll show it. That is a year of development for me. I don't know how. I probably don't have to click back too much. The first commits might actually literally be in March. It might literally be in March. There's got to be a faster way to go to the end of this, right? May. Okay. That would be a fill. Because I need to make this in less than a year. It definitely needs to be in less than a year. Which, I mean, it's close. May, March, they're basically the same. All right.
We forgot to secure base. Ah, yeah, we forgot walls and turrets.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, what?
We're done. Okay, let's start over. Can we, like, cross the streams?
And we killed the flower. Great.
Searching for perfect place.
Perfect place for a perfect base. Did I tell you I have a turret syndrome?
Here we go.
Cut it. Cut all the dialogue. Scrap. Literally, I would rather it be silent.
Let's do it right this time.
In fact, I'm muting it and I'm playing my own music. They better start showing things happening. Okay. Was that it? Wow. They forgot to show the gameplay. They actually kind of forgot to show the gameplay. We're fighting one creature. We're running away. And then we finally see something happening. For like 2 seconds. Wow, that was short. Like literally 1 second. It's not trying to be funny. That's like, it's trying to imitate a group of friends, how they're talking to each other while they play the game. And it's bad. They should have just asked some like YouTubers or something to play the game and then just clip them playing the game. They literally should have just done that. Or Twitch VTubers, whatever, you know. There's a lot of people they could have probably done this, would have done this for free. Top is selected. Nice try, but with the awkward AI voices. Unfortunate. I think those are real voices. They just didn't direct them. They just kind of gave them the script and they just totally... Yeah. Not even corporate trailers. I mean, I think they paid for voice actors. They just forgot to direct them. They straight up forgot to direct the voice actors and they gave them really bad, really stupid stuff. They gave them stupid stuff and they just said, record line, first attempt, and they just took it. I don't know how it happens. How does this happen where like you say we need voice actors and you forget to have like a director for the voice actors? It should be designer, whoever lead is listening to them deliver the lines and says, do that one, but emphasize this word or say it this way, right? That is like they were given the lines, they recorded them probably once or twice and then submitted that and they just used it. And also, they focused way too much on base building. The base building should literally be one clip. Build a base. This is it. The rest of it, gameplay. And it's kind of not. They go back to base building again. This should have been... delete this from the... delete it. Delete this. Delete all this. Delete all this. Play this for longer. Play this longer. It's gonna be you asking Raiden to do some voice and you're too shy to ask him back. What? No. I'm back. My dad just told me that he thinks the chicken was bad, and I was actively eating the chicken, so I threw it away. 115 follows. I mean, I kind of did too. They followed yesterday. I was laughing at Umbra, and I forgot to actually thank them. But I thanked them this morning when I started, because they were here. All right, well, I have converted the sandwich from a chicken sandwich to a ham sandwich. I should be fine. You gotta eat some like really bad meat and like store it really. You gotta mess up pretty hard to like die. Also, I've got an iron gut. I can handle normal expired food. Keep eating it, don't worry. RFK Jr. is in charge of the country's health. Yeah. It was way... I should have looked at it. It's way expired. It was expired 15 days ago. So that's kind of on me for not really looking at that. I'm going to turn that down a little bit. Alright, this game... They should, like... Who gets the... Who, like, they definitely paid somebody. You couldn't smell it? Nope. Didn't smell anything. Like, there's no way you're hiring someone with no experience, right? To make this trailer for you. And additionally... Don't hire someone outside of the company to make your game trailer. Make it yourself. Have a game developer make the trailer and have it be watched by a what do they call it? Where you just show it to somebody who's like totally unrelated to the company, they don't have any training. You just show it to somebody who might be interested in that type of game and ask them, was it a good trailer? They're gonna say, no. Don't take the voices out, man. Show me the gameplay. I don't care about the base building. It's cool, but it should be like 15 seconds of your minute trailer. The rest of it should be the game. Base building should be like less than half the point of the game. Alright. It's fine then. It had white spots on it. I shouldn't have eaten it. I should have, just visually, and by the date, I should have not. What? That's, I mean, this is not English. Whatever he said, he didn't speak English. So, I don't know what he said. It's simply, whatever he said was not English.
Captain Foster!
Oh, I get it.
A world once filled with water, with life.
I see what happened. I understand now.
And blooming technologies fell to the awakened. A fusion of flesh and lifeless matter. Upon the ruins of the old world, a new power has risen. The Order of the Divided Cross. No one knows where the awakened came from, but their power grows. Only the warriors of the Order and their faith can save what remains.
Welcome aboard, Throngar.
That's a goddamn train! Looks like a couple defiled over there.
Wait, so it's just like inanimate objects are also turning into zombies? Or monsters? I think that was a straight up... Let me go back. This was literally a gate, right? A gate just started... just turned alive and started attacking. Right about here. Yeah, the gate.
Looks like a couple defiled over
the
there.
the metal gate. The fence. Interesting.
On the ruins of the old.
Weirdly, really, there wasn't much gameplay here, but I didn't mind it. I guess because it's not that it wasn't gameplay, it was just obviously in-game. Obviously in-game footage.
That's a goddamn train.
This is literally a part of the fence that just starts attacking you. Why does it just say hype train? Oh, is this the name of the... Okay. Yeah, can anyone figure out what he says here? Auto-translated English? It doesn't even register this as words. Like, that's how... What does he say? It doesn't even register that as being words. This is cool, though. There's like skeletons or zombies or something. Another horde zombie game, you don't worry about it. No. This is, this kind of game where you have like some vessel that moves you through the world and you build onto the vessel and it's you and like other players together. The only one that I've played that's like that, I've seen people play games like this, and I think it's like, I think it's a really good foundation for a game. There's just, you have a vessel that you and some other players travel with. And it serves as your means of progression in the game. And you build on it. I think it's a really good foundation for a game. The one that I played was Void Train. I didn't play that with anybody though, I just played that on my own. And it was earlier in development. I think that kind of concept is actually a really good it's like I said, I think it's a good foundation for a game. It's super open-ended. Your vessel can be anything. The task that you have on the ship, that on the thing, can be whatever. You know, it's like rich for mechanics. And the conflict can be literally anything. It's super open-ended. It's all I would almost say it's like an FPS. Like how you would say an FPS, a first-person shooter, is like a type of game. This is also kind of like that. Maybe there's more like an extension of it. Typically, they're also first-person shooters, or just shooters. Oh, that train game? Yeah, Void Train. This looks cool. But definitely... I mean, this one might even be pretty fun to play solo, with how just like weird and crazy it is. Sea of Thieves.
New power.
Sea of Thieves is this kind of thing. Cool. That's a good trailer. Though always the issue with it is... I think games should be made to be enjoyed alone first, and then you can start incorporating co-op or 4-player or whatever. Unless your game is like specifically the point of the game is that it's a social game like Among Us, you're not gonna enjoy playing that game alone. I don't even know if you can do that. I mean, I'm sure you can, but it would just be stupid and suck. I think most games that people would say, oh, I love playing this game with my friends. It's not because it was made to be played with friends, but because it was already a good game in the first place, and you liked playing it alone, and you said, guys, you gotta get this game so I can play it with you. There's a game that I played with a friend. The whole point of it is that you are meant to play it with a friend. And they even do the really cool thing where it is like network split screen. I just can't remember the name of it. But it was really good. But I can definitely see that game not being very fun alone. It could be fun alone, because it's still pretty rich on story, but definitely like the enjoyment of it is substantially higher when you're playing with someone else. Split fiction. Maybe it's It Takes Two. Maybe it's that one. Look it up. No, it's not this one. I think it was like a jailbreak. 2-player game. A Way Out. This game. You could definitely play it solo, but you're not getting the full experience of the game playing it solo. You're supposed to play this with a friend. And it was really cool because I could play it on my computer, he could play it on his computer, and we see each other's split screen. That was really cool. Army of Two is another game. I don't know about the other ones, but I do know that the 40th Day. This one. Exactly the same way. You could enjoy playing this game alone, but you are supposed to be playing with a friend. You are not getting the full experience of the game playing it alone. There are simply parts of the game that were designed for 2 people. This one might do, I think, you can see it, Xbox 360. This was a local split screen. I played this with my brother. I don't think we beat it, but it was really good. I enjoyed playing with him. I don't know if this one does the same thing. If there's like a version of it that exists where you can like match with your friend over a network and you can still see split screen, or how it does that. There's definitely a place for these games because they're just cool, but it's also kind of a gimmick. It's a little bit of a gimmick. Oops. All right.
Rated E10 for ages 10 and up.
Okay.
Milking this bunch of pixels like there's no tomorrow. Come again to feel the magic of the average Italian countryside.
Am I wait.
like
Am I missing
no
something?
tomorrow.
Hang on. Is this isn't What the hell is this? This is a different game. Vampire Crawlers, Vampire Survivors. What is this? A year ago. Live action, a game? Oh, this is just a trailer for the game. I'm confused. Okay. So this isn't like they made a movie or something. No way. No way he did that. Is that worse than biting? That's got to be worse than biting into an onion, right? That's literally just got to be worse than biting into an onion. Right? Okay, this is just silly. All right.
Come again.
Did they? I mean, maybe I haven't seen enough Vampire Survivors, but I looked at this and I'm like, this is Vampire Survivors, but I was like, it wasn't called Vampire Crawlers.
Come again to feel the magic
Dead
of
eating
the
onions raw.
Italian countryside
I think
in a game that will
if you had to
change
choose
your
between eating an
perspective.
onion raw
A new
or biting in the
adventure
garlic, I
begins.
think you should bite into the
Explore
onion.
maps, level up powers,
I haven't
kill
tried garlic,
monsters,
but I know it's like
find
really
treasures.
strong.
Either take your time and be tactical, or play as fast as you humanly can. The outcome is always accurate. Use wilds to break the combo system and summon survivors to trigger cascades of effects.
Oh, okay. The people who made Vampire Survivors made this game. All right, I get it. I was like, there's no way people are not just like crapping on this because they're just obviously, for some reason, yeah, this is Vampire
Rated
Survivors at the
E10 for
start.
ages 10 and up.
Real milk
This is Vampire Survivors at the start.
This bunch of pixels like there's no tomorrow.
Okay.
Come again to feel the magic of the average
I get
Italian countryside in a game that will change your perspective. A new adventure begins. Explore maps, level up powers, kill monsters, find treasures. Either take your time and be tactical, or play as fast as you humanly can. The outcome is always accurate. Use wilds to break the combo system and summon survivors to trigger cascades of effects. Get overpowered and plow through enemies, or carefully customize your abilities to control the unhinged chaos.
I like that this was just so intense, it's just straight up lagging, and they just left it in there.
Get overpowered and plow through enemies.
This is obviously serious, like, frame drop.
Enemies. Carefully customize your abilities to control the unhinged chaos of vampire crawlers. The turbo one to control the unhinged chaos of vampire crawlers. The turbo wild card from Vampire Survivors. Coming as soon as we think it's ready.
Cut, and we're done. Great work, everyone. We managed to go on for over a minute without ever saying neither card nor deck building. Nobody will think we're just another roguelike deck builder. We're in the clear.
PlayStation.
So mad if this is Unity.
Come is
They could use literally whatever they want. With the way this looks, they could use whatever they want. Although I will say they do commit kind of the retro pixelation sin of just having these random, very high detail assets where the cards are just like perfectly, they're not, literally just not pixelated.
summon survivors to trigger cascades of effects.
Generally, you shouldn't do this, and they could definitely just not do this. I think their pixel density is enough that they could make these cards not this high resolution.
Get overpowered and plow through enemies, or carefully customize your abilities to control.
Everything but the border of the card is a pixel. Like that's the weird thing. I kind of hope that they actually fix that. That genuinely feels like it's a mistake. Like there's no, like, this is a perfectly smooth angled line, right? Everything is a pixel except for like the card asset.
Carefully customize your abilities.
Here you can see that there's some aliasing. It's just weird.
Control the unhinged.
Cool though. I'm not gonna play it. But cool. Good trailer. They should fix the cards. They should make the cards pixelated. Official gameplay trailer. Okay. What city is this? What city is this? Is this Las Vegas? Is this the Las Vegas sign? Probably is. It's super familiar. Hang on. Oh, okay. I got confused. I was looking over here, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw this dress, and I thought these were like pixelations. I thought there was a sensor bar over here. All right. That's not a running animation. Oh, he's running a restaurant. I like how even their dev who's working on this footage is just like, I'm literally not reading that. They're just like clicking the option as soon as possible. He's not even done talking. He's just like click, click, click. Something's going on here. Something's going on here. This guy's name is Banner. I looked up and I wasn't looking at the words. I was seeing in my peripheral vision. I thought it said boner. Something's happening. I wish it would let me hear some game sound instead of just what I can only assume is going to be the background music that just loops forever in the game. Okay, this is too much. This is too much. They didn't. There's like a whole area under here too. I'm assuming that's not just like background asset. I'm assuming this is an air. Oh my gosh. There is so much happening. Dude. They gotta chill out. They gotta chill out. They went way... They have spent way too long in that area. Blade Runner? Yeah. This is Blade Runner. Is it the Fifth Element? This might be the totally wrong idea. Maybe. Oh, it is. Fifth Element. I don't know how I remember that one. Don't Google Fifth Element. I just did. There's nudity in the movie, right? I think there is. That's what this one made me think of. Especially here. Because this is literally like... Okay, it looks completely different. Never mind. That's what I thought of. Because the character... The girl is nude. Yeah, okay. I'm being careful. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to test it. But I'm pretty sure that's like hidden unless I turn off like safe mode or something. So it should be fine. Yeah, there's nudity for like a bit, not the whole movie though. Yeah, I would say this is more like Fifth Element than Blade Runner. Specifically this. Dude, I feel like it must have taken so long to make these areas. Looks really cool. This was recorded... Do I have that right? What? Oh, no, okay. This was recorded a month before the trailer. All right. I thought this was recorded 5 days before the trailer. I was looking at the date at the top. This says June 19th. This was uploaded July 24th. Maybe not years, but like weeks. Like you are just spending 8 hours a day for like weeks putting this environment together. Maybe it's not as detailed as it appears. This spot, which I don't know why they saved it for so long. I mean, look at how many wires. Every one of these wires had to be placed by hand. You can't automate that. I mean, this is literally probably like an hour of just putting these wires in alone. How many wires are here? And probably more that I can't see. Show up to work and spend 3 to 5 hours just putting in wires. Oh my gosh, there's actually way more wires than it looks like. So many wires. Alright. That's cool. They did a really good job with the environment. With the levels. This dude is walking through a plant, though. That's a bit unfortunate. This dude is straight up just gonna walk through a He walks through a plant. Look at this. This guy over here just walks through that plant. On the ground. He's walking straight through it. Funny. Alright, well that's gonna be it. It for lunch. Back to work. Alright, I'll be back. I'm back. That chicken, I'm thinking about it. We must have got that, like, days before its expiration. Because normally I go through it in like a week, maybe 2 weeks. That's already 2 weeks past its date. And it's like barely started. Like only half of it was eaten. So actually, you know, we must have got it when it was already past its expiration. We must have. It was it was part of a, most likely part of a pickup order. So you just drive to the store and they bring your grocery order out to you. So they must have given it to us either like day of expiration or when it was already past expiration. Because we got that and the ham at the same time, exactly the same time. Ham's halfway eaten, chicken's halfway eaten. Ham has like another month of time, of another month. The chicken is 2 weeks past. They must have given it to us really, really close or past. But they should be checking like that. That shouldn't happen. There shouldn't be expired food on shelves. Because what they do is they just go to the shelves. They literally walk around the store, grab your food, or grab your order, your items. So it must have been on the shelf like expired. And they didn't double check it. That's crazy. I just can't believe it's been in the fridge for 2 weeks already. I think we must have had it for like a week. Yeah, no, I was just thinking about it. Like how could there... Like I said, I know how fast I go through that. It should be... I should have it finished long before it's out. Long before it hits the date. I mean, it should compile. Should be no problem compiling. The problems come when I want to change code. I have to navigate their spaghetti in poor organization. It's crazy. The animation file, I think, literally contains more than 100 functions and like at least 5 different classes. How could they do that? Why would they do that? Let me see. Let me go find it. Why is there only one? I thought it was this file. Is it not this file? Huh. I thought it was the animation file. Now I gotta figure this out. Scene resource animation? Where is it? Is it animation tree? Yeah. Is it? No, it was something with animation. Just a laptop and forgot to try again. Wait, what? I tried and forgot to cap... Oh. Right. Do dreams have copyrights? No. Alright, well, animation tree has the definitions, the declarations for 1, 2, 3, 4... 5 classes. Not as many as I thought. Still a lot though. And at least 2 of them are literally just empty. I don't know what the point of it. I don't know what the point of this is. I don't know why you would do that. Oh, they're not empty. Wait, can you... They are empty. You haven't defined any overrides. And these aren't pure virtual. I don't know how that works. Whatever. Okay, so I think I'm going back to my guess that vertex spacing is wrong. Let me see. Okay, let me see if I even have it on like the right version right now. Okay, force push that. Apparently I don't have that right. Okay. Okay. Let me just check that it actually contains that change where I don't multiply it. I don't know how these code folds work. How do they like track where they're at? So what's happening is snapped position let me read this again then, because I guess I don't understand how this works. Snap to grid here takes your position, divides it by the shape size, adds 0.5, floors it. So this maps your position to, so let's say shape size is 32. This maps it to shape. If you're between 0 and 16, yeah. If you're between 0 and 16, this maps to 0.5. Let's just say it was actually like 0.49. 0.49 adds 0.5, floors it. So it becomes 0. So it snaps you to there, and then it multiplies it again by shape size. Okay, so this is global space by shape size. This is global position. Snap to grid keeps it in global position. However, we divide your position by vertex spacing. So if you're at 2, vertex spacing is 2, your position becomes 1. So we come back. And then we snap it to the grid. A little bit weird. So if it's 0.5 and I'm at 0.5, we go to 1. I say we're at 1 and we snap that to the grid. This is a bit odd. Is this exactly the same way that this one does it? Exactly the same way. Yeah, I said I was just going to read this one and figure out what it's doing. No. Dreams can contain copyrighted material, but your dream is not copyrighted. Very strange. Time to head to bed. All right. Have a good night. Is this stream going to be public domain? I don't know. I don't know when that happens. Mike is not on the team. Don't mention him. Go to work at 8 a.m.? Yeah, you better get to bed fast then. Okay, so I just think this snap to grid thing is just wrong. I don't think we're doing that. Yeah, this is just wrong. It should be snapped to cell. Probably. Because this is based on shape size. We don't have any concept of a shape size for instance collision. We care about cells. So yeah, I think what I should do is round to the nearest cell. Yeah. Round to the nearest cell. Terrain, get instancer cell size. Yeah. Does it track cell size here? No. Oh my gosh. No. And this one is still snap. This is the word I'm changing to cell. So this should just be snap to cell. So we round up our position to the intersection of the closest intersection of cells, yeah. So if I was just at chores in the morning. I want to dream about copyrighted material. All right, so now snap position is scaled by vertex spacing, or descaled technically. And then we snap it to the nearest cell. And then up here, snap position is a cell position. All right, that should be it. In addition, I'm taking off that multiplication. But I am changing this to use cell positions instead of shape positions. And then snapped position already scaled by vertex spacing. So it was a mistake to multiply cell centers by that spacing. All right, this should be the new commit. All right. Git log, switch to zombie game. I'm trying to autofill, even though I cannot. Okay. Let me look at the log again. Make sure that's actually... Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. So I'm actually just supposed to be doing git rebase. I should just be doing this every time, and that fixes it. Good. Okay. Go here. Don't save. And I think I pushed probably... Whoa, what was that? Oh. Okay. Well. I happen to know this is static at least. Does this include it? It does not. Damn. Okay. Well, that can't be inline then. And down here it should be like protected methods was at the bottom. Or I guess I could do this at the top. That's all shape stuff. I'll put it there. Yeah, that formatting sucks. All right. Right, deleting it from there, adding it here, getting rid of that inline thing. Also, I'm going to put this format correctly, whether or not you have, or whatever tab size you have. You should only use tabs to line up to there, and then you have to use spaces for those fit for any lineup like that. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Okay. And then it can go here, but this is technically static. Does this include... This needs to include instancer, but I think Terrain 3D probably includes that. Terrain 3D has to include that. I mean, in fact, that's actually kind of bad. They shouldn't be... Whatever. Yeah, because this includes itself. So there's like definition ordering there that could cause issues. Alright, but I have the instancer, which means I can just access this directly. I should not be using this weird type access. That's bad. Okay. I can just write this every time. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. All right. What now? Wait, what did I do? Huh? What? Did I not? That line doesn't exist. The line it just told me doesn't exist. This line doesn't exist. I deleted that line. Right, I think because I pushed it, I have to keep pushing it. I think that's the issue. Because I think when I run rebase, it's using the upstream one instead of my local one, which I didn't know it would actually do that. I didn't think it would do that. I can probably tell it. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not. You're not. What are you talking about? Line 183. There is no line 183. Yeah, you're not. Okay, so... Why do I have to commit twice? Oh my gosh. Okay. What have I done? Yeah, this is, why is it here? Why are these here? No, 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 no. Oh, what have I done? Why are these here? Alright, what does it look like? Flashbang. What does it look like here? Oh. How has it allowed me to create the same commit twice? That's what I don't get. Why did it let me do that? I still have the commits, but I need to be careful. I need to be careful what I'm doing here. What branch am I on right now? Okay. Yeah, so get rid of that. This is so weird. Yeah. What do I do to fix conflicts and run git commit? Git commit? What do you mean git commit? I'm not doing a commit. I'm pulling. Without... No. Okay. Switch to main. No. Git merge abort? Stop it. Stop doing this. I don't want to do anything. There's no merge. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This branch is correct. Zombie game is screwed up right now. Can you please just let me switch? Let me go to main. I need... Oh my god. Okay. Cool. Git did something that I didn't think it was going to do, and now I've totally screwed it up. I have to reload it. Okay. We're in a good spot. Alright. Now. Okay, no, we're not in a good spot. I forgot. So what I want to do is I want to do switch main. I want to delete certain commits. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. So now, what I want to do is I want to do git rebase. Double check which branch I'm on. Okay. Just go for interactive because it's neither one of these. I don't want either one of those. Okay. I don't know how that happened. I literally just started getting like the full, like all those commits just kept duplicating. I don't even know why it would be okay with that. There should be conflicts, right? Like every time, like you can't, they should be conflicts. They should count as like a full, that full commit should conflict with itself. Okay. All right, now I gotta be really careful. Before I push this. We have instance collision here. And this should start with begin terrain thing and then vertex spacing no longer gets rounded. Okay. And maybe just to double check, I'm going to go look at one of these collision tests. I'm going to look at this commit here. I'm going to verify that this is still here. So line 624 of instancer should have my awaiting physics stuff. Just going to double check. Because force pushing here will nuke things if I'm not careful. What line? 625. All right, cool. It's here. Okay. Just want to verify. Now I force push. I haven't lost any of my commits. They're still here. And I have successfully removed all the stupid duplicate commits that I don't even know how they got put in there in the first place. That's I don't understand that at all. I must have done a rebase wrong. At some point I did a rebase where it just duplicated all of them somehow. That's the only explanation. Okay. So this commit includes that change, this change, that. Awesome. Okay. So now the code that should have not been there is now actually not there anymore. The thing is, it was there, but it had both commits. It was weird. Cell size. Okay. I know what I did wrong. So I'm going to run this, I'm going to do the same process again, and I'm going to watch what the rebase is doing. Because it looks like it's duplicating commits. That's the only explanation, is that it's duplicating them. And I don't know why it would do that. Okay. Force push. This is supposed to be a force push. Maybe I don't have to. There it is. Yeah. Why does it do that? It shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, it was going to try and duplicate the commit. Why? That makes no sense. Okay. Now we should be in a good spot. Awesome. Finally. Why would it do that? That genuinely doesn't make any sense. The rebase should take the differences from my branch. Oh. No, that still doesn't make any sense. It finds the last common... What? How does... like, I actually don't understand how that works. That confuses me. It just shouldn't be taking that commit. But there's got to be a logical reason why it is doing that. Right? Like, it's actually supposed to be pretty good and pretty smart about that. Okay, so... it appears as though it is still failing. Unfortunate. Is this laggy? What's going on? Is there like a stutter happening? There's a stutter happening, right? There's totally a stutter happening? I'm confused. Alright, let me fly through it really quickly. Oh, yeah, there's a big lag happening there. Whoa. Lag. Okay. That's no good. That shouldn't be happening. That is pretty bad. I mean, at low enough speed is fine, but I think, like, if I'm driving around, this is pretty bad. Yeah, no, this is too much. This is too bad. That's like a major hitch. I don't know if maybe that's just debug happening that makes it hitch so badly. Okay. But let's see what 1.1 looks like. So it's still wrong. I've crossed into cell that it should be. But it's not getting smaller, it seems. It seems like it's still the right size. Though it does look weird. It definitely looks really weird. I'm not sure why it looks like this. There's something so weird happening. This is really strange. I'm snapping it to a cell. This must just be wrong. This one's pretty simple. If our distance to the cell center's too big, trim it. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's this grid size is wrong. Right. So essentially what I want to do is I want to get the cells that are nearby me. I can compute the max distance to the cell in both directions. I just say 0. I'm going to start at 0. And I'm going to go double the radius. So I create a box, right? No, I'm gonna compute this a different way, a way that maybe that should make a bit more sense. So I want to know what radius maps to with cell size. I want to round it. So if my radius is 64, I need to be at least 2 cells away from me, right? From snapped position. So radius won't be scaled to vertex space. So radius needs to be scaled to vertex space. What about here? So your snap position is scaled by vertex spacing. Cell center. Oh, gosh. I hate this. If I put in 64, that means first of all, should it snap? Whoa, sorry. Should it snap to the? No, we need to snap the position to the intersection of 4 cells. So that as we're inside of a cell, we move around, all the cells around this one are loaded. So the closest corner is going to load those ones, right? That's what it should do. Alright, if I just imagine the player standing at the meter, the point 5.5, okay? With vertex spacing of 1, it maps 1 to 1. 5.5 for the player is 5.5 for the terrain. With vertex spacing 2, 5.5 for the player would actually be divided by that vertex spacing, and that becomes the position on the terrain. Which is maybe backwards, like completely backwards. I'm trying to find where the player is on the terrain, right? I want to map their position to a cell position. And I think I've done that correctly. I think this is done correctly at this point. Yeah, I need some way to like snap position is now snapped to the intersection of the nearest cell. Okay? So what I want to do is I want to check back one cell and this cell, right? This is correct. This must be right, I think. Maybe this should be multiplied, actually. Because at 2, I'd have to scale my position up to reach that point. So yeah, this actually should be multiplied, shouldn't it? And also, this should be skipped if these are the same. It should be skipped if they're the same. Do you want to write it? Yeah, stop asking me, please. This is so silly. Also, yeah, I'm thinking this is supposed to be multiplied, actually. Because if it's 0.5, I'm snapping to a cell, I need to come back 0.5. If it's 2, I need to amplify up to that. So this should be multiplied. I'm translating my player to the cell, right? So that needs to go up with the cell and down with the cell. Not a division. The division there was wrong. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and this seems weird. Okay. So get region here. This should probably... Oh, that's probably why it's failing now. That's probably why it was failing. No, this should be right. This is like a get region P is like a global position, right? Yeah, get region location for a global location. Yeah, so it was always wrong actually. A division there was just incorrect. Yeah. But then this should probably just, let me do this. And this should be that. Okay. Now snap position is definitely what it should be. It is the scaled cell position. So here this works. We're just checking all the active cells, and if any of them are too far away, we gotta clear it. But here, what I want to do is, I want to take the radius, I want to double it. Actually, no, I want to take the radius, I want to divide it by the cells per region and round that up. The reason I want to round it up, well, here's the thing. I don't know. Hang on. I guess I can look. What is the... Okay, apparently I can set any value I want. That is not correct. The collision's radius should be snapped to increments of 32, increments of cell size, and you should not be able to go under 32. Otherwise, this is like odd, I guess. So why is that allowed? Let me look at the radius here. I don't think this was 16. Let me undo. Wow, that one doesn't get tracked as a change. Just what? What changed? Okay, it was on the default. Alright, so it was default. I didn't know. I thought maybe I changed it to like 24 or something. Maybe I did, and I like need to go back and look at that and undo that change from the past. It's getting bright. But this one should be the same as that one. It should be an integer, and it should be snapped to increments of 32. Yeah. Yeah, because how radius works, if I say radius is 32, that means from the center of a cell, I am loading all adjacent cells. The smallest value is 32. I load all adjacent cells of the one that I'm standing in. Of the closest corner to the one that I'm standing in. I load all 4 around that corner. I go up to 64. 32, 64, right? So I'd load in one set higher. And then from there I can use centers, I think. Yeah, it should be centers. Okay. It's still centers, but that needs to be limited to 32. Hard. It'd be hard limited to 32. Steps of 32. Okay. Go to terrain. Why is it so hard to find this file? Same thing here. 32, 32. All right. Now. This should be divisible by cell size. And then I can get the grid area around me. So this one should be fine. It's just computing the distance between snap position and the cell center. And if it's within range, we are keeping it. Here, I am going from so the grid that I'm checking as I snap, let me go vertical here. Maybe turn on wireframe. All right, I'll zoom in. Okay, so when I'm snapping, I'm rounding up to the nearest corner, right? That's what I should be doing. So I'm standing here, I'm snapping to this corner. If I'm standing here, I'm snapping to this corner. So from here, what I do is I would go this point. I believe this point technically specifies this cell, right? This point specifies the cell to the bottom and right, following the positive values here. So this would be like cell 0, specified by this point. Cell 0, 1, specified by this point. Or I guess it would be 1, 0. This would be 0, 1. And this would be 1, 1. So if I'm snapped to 1, 1, I want to use that cell minus... I take the radius, divided by the cell size. So I get 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. If it's 1, I would go back 1 and include this one. So this would be 1. So go from 0 to this cell. Or maybe I would just double it. So now I have 2. And I would go from -1 to 0. So that's 2. If I had 2 cells, I'm standing here. I have 2 chunks. I go back 2 and I go forward 1. So 1, 2, so this would be -2, -1, 0, and 1. That's what I would count. So I'm going from that radius divided by the thing, negative, and then -1 positive. So I'd be including my current cell. Okay. Cell radius would be cell size. So int would be negative cell radius, negative cell radius, and x is less than cell radius, and these would just be +1. I'm not doing that. This would be snapped position. Grid position is snap position plus I guess vector 2i of x and y. And then get region location. So this is a global cell position. We're multiplied by vertex spacing. Get region location. Does this scale it? Does this divide it by vertex? Because if it doesn't, that's what it should do. Awesome. We're dividing it by vertex spacing. That's correct. Oh, thanks for following, Rebel Wax. I don't know why the alert didn't come up. Why did that not happen? It's queued. Weird. I haven't seen that before. Thanks for following, though. Looks good. I am fixing a bug. That is really weird. Also, I wonder if I can just... Here. Yeah, whatever. Okay. That's definitely correct, I think, because it's dividing it back by the by that. Make sure that it exists. What are you making? So I'm making a zombie game, but right now I'm working on the terrain. There's a public terrain project that I'm using, and there's something I need from it that I'm putting into the actual official version of it. So I don't have to hack it too much. It still says queued. I guess Twitch is just broken right now. So region location, I mean, this should be correct. Yeah, this should be right now. It should be. So start at -2, -1, 0, and then it would go to 1, and it would stop there. And then the cell location, the grid position, which is a global position, I think. Should be. Yeah, that's all right. And then I'm just going to verify this does what I think it's doing. Yep, dividing it by vertex spacing. Okay. So a big issue with this is that originally this was a division, so we'd be dividing it twice, which is why any other value was doing weird stuff. But now we're multiplying it, which is what it should have been. Right? With distro, I use Arch. And Hyperland. Terrain 2D. Cell radius. Yeah, I just really needed to change that. It just didn't make sense what they were doing before. It just looked too weird. It's like, I've seen code like this before, where they go from 0 to like some doubling and they're doing the subtraction stuff. That's just weird. It's like really mathy for some reason. There's no need for that. We can just start at the negative value and go up to 1 before the positive value, and that's good enough. Yep. Yep, that should be it. And we only care if we've moved. Okay. Nice, same. Cool. Right, okay, so I need to switch to this one. I'm still doing it in a weird way. And let me look at that message. Use cell positions instead of shape positions. Snap position is already scaled by vertex spacing, so it was a mistake to multiply cell centers to that by that spacing. I'm actually gonna amend that again. Fix. Is it this? Is this the word I'm thinking of? Is this the one I'm thinking of? With an E. Okay. Fix erroneous division by target position. Should have been a multiplication. Which is weird because the other one, you know, I'm just going to say use cell positions instead of shape positions and remove, just going to write that. Okay. And then every time I just gotta delete that one. That's really weird. Okay. hopefully now that's fixed it. Okay. And it looks like it's not working immediately. Unless it's at like 1 or something right now. Which is possible. Nope. It's a bit weird though. Like it shouldn't look like that, right? It's a little weird. Okay, so what happens if I go up slightly? I'm way ahead of it, and then it's gone. It's so weird. This is so weird. This has got to be right. Well, it's obviously not right because it's not doing it. What's my radius at? 64. Yeah, 32 doesn't even work anymore. Yeah, 32 doesn't even work anymore. At slight scaling, it doesn't work anymore. Alright, this one should be a square box all the time. Okay. 64. Yeah, why does it look like that? Because... yeah, this is my square center. This should be my square center right now. So why is it including... not including any of these? It should be going further back this way. Does snap to cell not do what I think it does? Oh, it's rounding up. Or no, it's just... can we... just round. Just round. This is ridiculous. Just round it. Yes. Am I on this one? Okay. Yeah, first of all, just round that. That's... they were just being silly. They're adding 0.5 and flooring it. Just round it. Yeah. I'm gonna have to start like printing it. Because I'm really not seeing it. What the issue is. And we're on 64 now. Okay. Alright, that looks way better. That looks less strange. Although that was weird. Okay, no, this was weird. I have to be so... Maybe I just don't know where I am or something. I feel like I have to be way too close to this edge. Like, this is the center, right? This is the cell? Or like this is the cell? I guess that's actually right. I don't know. It seems odd. Like, it's not quite coming in time. And then when I back away, it should be getting rid of it really fast. So I'm on the threshold here, but I back up and it doesn't delete it. It should be deleting it. Okay, so what's going on there? This is definitely changing. I think the recycle isn't using the rights. It's doing something wrong. Distance squared to that. Cell origin. That looks correct to me. Alright, let me start logging it. Just gonna start logging it. Make these all errors. And then this should say generating cell, cell origin. So these two should be the same number. And then this snapped position should also be that. I'm still maybe confused about... No. This one should be right now. Yeah, so it's just get instances to build and get recyclable instances that use the radius, and nothing else uses that. Okay. I just need to see what the values are, because the values have to be wrong somewhere. Okay, so I'm just going to clear that. I'm just going to just start dragging around. It should have recycled those. Like immediately. It should have done that. It did not do that. I'm trying to figure out. This is the center. Okay. Jittering cell. Okay, so I don't know why it says it twice. That's... Why is it happening twice? It's not just happening twice, it's happening 4 times. What? What did I do? Alright, you know what? This is just junk. To be honest, that's just junk. Cell location. Should be this plus cell radius is in units of cell size. Not units of cell size, it's in units of cells. So this should just be this is all nonsense. This should be get region. Yeah, okay. This is some nonsense here. This should probably get region key. Get region pointer. Get region pointer. So this should do. Or to get region ID. No, because you want to know if it's valid or not. So what this was doing was it was doing get region, region location. Yeah, I want to do get region pointer and compare that to being null. Okay. So snapped position. This is okay. This is cell location. That's cell location. No. Ah, this is just too confusing. This is not cell radius. This is cell size. Okay. 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 That's still junk. I'll still say it. That other part is still junk and is stupid and is needlessly complex for what it's actually doing. But it still works, so I'm going to leave it. And this should be times cell size, because I want a global position here. This expects a global position. This is a global position. Okay, it expects a global position that needs to be scaled by vertex spacing. So if vertex spacing was 2, we need to drop it back. That's right. Okay. So this times, I'll call this cell cell position, in fact. Okay. Does this make sense now? Does the code make sense? Let me look at it one more time before I actually test it. Okay, cell position, snap position plus that times cell size. Okay. I think it makes sense. But I'm going to realize something is wrong, and why do they have to include vertex spacing, man? Why do they have to include that? Okay. So, first of all, let me drop this. This is definitely too large. 32. Clear. Alright. I should see 2 appear and 2 disappear. Perfect. That's what I want to see. 2 appear, 2 disappear. Perfect. Okay. Now I'm going to turn it up to 64. Wow, that was a big lag. Okay, and I cranked it all the way to 256. Did not want to do that. Okay. Alright, this shape looks like what I wanted to see. It'd be a plus sign. And we're deleting the same amount that we're adding every time. And it is really badly stuttery, so probably this needs to be optimized a bit for sure. This is too... That is unacceptable, how slow that is. I don't know if it should be done progressively. I'm not sure. But this is definitely right now. Though it is crazy laggy. So I'll bring this back to 32. Okay, now let's increase the vertex spacing slightly. Updating instance collision at negative 768.64. Okay. So that's like just not right at all. I'll go forward and then I'll come back. So we're at 704.64. So it should be divided, shouldn't it? This shouldn't move. Or this should be a snap to a cell. Right, I think I get it. I think I might understand it a bit more now. So this should be a division. So if I increase it, the terrain has gotten larger, so in theory I should use that amount closer to the player, right? Or closer to the origin, which would be dividing their position. Okay. So that should probably be division. Yeah, the real trick is just getting snap position to be a cell location. If I can just make it the correct cell location, then we're good. And everything else should be fine. Because I don't use vertex spacing anywhere else. Except here, it might be a bit different. This is still giving me a problem. Because cell position is not... Right. Cell position is not a global location. That's literally just a mistake. That is a mistake. It shouldn't be like that. So let me just scroll to where this is. It's probably here. No, it's in data. It is util, but where is it? Oh, it's right here. I'm looking at it. So utility functions, pause mod. This is already scaled by that. So when I do this, I'm supposed to multiply this by... I think actually I can just pass 1 in the vertex spacing. I think that actually achieves the same effect. I think I can just pass 1. Yeah, okay. So it takes a real type, so I will... I think I do that, right? So we don't divide it by anything. It's already scaled. I just want to do the pause mod. And... I'm totally committing to it actually at this point. We don't use those anymore. This one does need it because it has to scale. It has to scale stuff by that factor. Yes, write it. Thank you. Okay. Okay. I think this is right. In fact, now that I really think about it, this slider should straight up be an integer. This value has to be an integer. Start at 1. This is the number of cells around it. Okay. And now radius is always going to be passed in as an integer. And I multiply it. Well, I don't really multiply it, but when it is used, I multiply it by cell size. So if it's 1, it's 32 by 32. It's a 32 radius. If it's 2, it's a 64 radius. And then up here, and this will just be this value now. Cool. And then the bindings need to be made integer now. A lot of scrolling. $256 divided by 32 is that 8? Six. I'm not good at this. It is 8. Why does it seem like it's not 8? I don't know. All right, cool. And terrain 3D here. This function will have to be fixed. Set instance collision radius. And of course they wrote this code in the header file, so. Cell radius, set instance collision radius. One. Okay. And yeah, the default's gonna be 1. And then I want to change these to be cell radius, so it's clear that it's by cells and not by an actual physical thing. Why are you telling me that? I'm literally modifying it right now. What are you doing? Why are you telling me it's been modified? Of course it's been modified. I'm modifying it. I don't know what's going on with that. That's happened so many times today. It keeps telling me that a file I'm actively editing is being edited by someone else. What does that mean? Did I actually forget to do that? No, I didn't forget. What is happening? Oh, why is it defined here? That's so weird. I just wasn't paying attention to that. Okay. I was talking about recyclable instances. I guess I just forgot these two. Okay. And then these should be int. Good. That load is never coming. It's been 40 minutes and it still says it's queued. No, because I was getting other alerts. What's going on with that? Let me see. Maybe it's like... No, it's turned on. I don't know what's happening. Whatever. Okay. Will it work? Immediately fail. Okay. Instant failure. Wait, vertex spacing is 1. So I just broke it? What? One means back one, so -1, 0. -1, 0. Cell position. Snap position just takes the global position. Oh my god. It's like every time it's wrong, I have to step through the whole thing again to figure out, like, does it make sense the whole way through? Right? So I take my position, I divide it by vertex spacing. So if vertex spacing is 2, then I would technically want to start at, I want to treat myself as if I was halfway. So it'd be divided by 2. If vertex spacing was 0.5, I want to treat myself as if I was twice the distance. So I would be dividing by 0.5, which would be multiplying by 2. So this is correct. Then I take that location and I snap it to a cell. So I think it's already wrong then, actually. It's actually already wrong. This is still wrong. Okay. The snap is incorrect. It's still correct at this point, but as soon as I do the snap, that's incorrect. Snap, because snap the cell is dividing it by cell size. That's wrong. Technically, okay. Delete that. Just delete this. Just delete this. Okay? Just delete it. Delete this. So I think I scale it so I get in terrain space. get instance cells to build is given a position. This should be a cell location. This should be a cell, physical cell. Okay? So the division is correct. But then what I have to do, I've scaled me to like the global position of the final cell. That's what that division is doing. Or I guess not the global position. The terrain position. Because if it's vertex spacing 2, I'd basically be doubling. Cell 1 would actually extend 2 meters instead of like 1 meter. It's the other way around, but that's what vertex spacing is doing. So meter 1 actually is rendered at meter 2. Meter 2 is rendered at meter 4. 4 is rendered at 8, right? It's just doubling. If vertex spacing was 2. Oh my gosh, I think about that, but then I think, okay, so that means should I be multiplying my position by vertex position or vertex spacing? I hate it so much. It's so stupid. This sucks so much. Is this what I'm looking for? Is this what I'm looking for? Here. Snap position should be snapped to a cell. I'm going to change radius back to meters because I see an issue with this. If the scaling is too much, which, sure, some people are going to have some crazy values. This doesn't have to be a real type. You don't need that kind of precision. but I'll make it the real type. Did I say I would make it the real type? Why not just spam a ho a bunch of times? No, this should just be a float. There's no need for this to be a double, ever. That's actually just ridiculous. This does not have to be a float. But a double. And if they tell me, I'm gonna say, I don't think you need that accuracy. You don't need it. What? Fine. 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 I'm not changing any of it. I'm just leaving it back. Is it a skill issue or have they just gone mad? Which one is it? It's one of the two. They've gone real crazy. Get it? Real crazy? Real type? I'm going real crazy. What is going on? And then those need to go back to floats. And then I change the name to cell radius. Oh, there's not supposed to be F's here. Whoops. Why is it decimal? I don't know. It doesn't have to be, but that's what it was. So I'm gonna leave it. Okay, put it in to write everything. No, you could step it by 1. I'm not sure why it says 32 now. What file is this? Terrain 3D. One. I don't know why it says 32 now. Don't know why. It definitely was not 32 before. Whatever. Okay. And then this was my idea. The snapped position it's here 100 times. Okay. Should be get region location. Okay. I think I can close the instance, so I don't think I need that open right now. So this would do get region location, which is basically just scaling it, doing that stuff, right? Okay. And then I would be calling get cell off of that, which take my position, divide it by that, and do this stuff. Okay. This math right here. So this does snap position as a cell location, right? Okay. So now this looks very similar to this. Cell position is snapped position, which is actually going to be right. So now snapped I converted to a cell. So now it's in like cell order. So it should be like cell like 20 something. So I think I still want to use that. Snapped position, snapped position. I would just have to yeah, now it's lined up to a cell. So then I would multiply it by cell size. that right? And the reason I went back to floats is so that I'm gonna snap to the center of the nearest cell. Right. So snapped position. What do I need snap position to be? Let me make... Oh, this is just the most annoying thing ever to figure out. I would like snap position to be the center of the nearest cell. That's what I want it to be. Which means okay, I've got the cell that I'm in, right? I've got the cell that I'm in. Let me look at recycle. I'll figure it out eventually. This is definitely the kind of thing that I'd probably figure out faster if I just got up and like walked away, but I'm not gonna do that. I should be able to figure this out. Snap position is treated how here? It's compared to the cell center, and the cell center is a cell position, a terrain relative cell position, and multiply by cell size, so it'd be like 32. Which is not factoring in the vertex. Not factoring in the scale. Maybe vertex spacing is like the problem, right? Maybe I should think of vertex spacing as the word scale instead. It's not factoring in the scale of this. So what I would really do is I would... Because radius is in meters. Cell size is in meters. So if this was given vertex spacing, then it would look like this. So basically I take this dimensionless thing, the cell position, and I translate it to a global position, which should be in the same scale space as snapped position. Okay. So then I need to add this one back. So this now makes sense to me here. Recyclable instances make sense to me now. Okay? This seems right. With the assumption that snap position is some global location. Some like true scale location. Because we're taking our cell position and we are scaling it to match this. So snap position really shouldn't be doing anything, really, if you think about it. Snap position should not be getting scaled. Okay. Now let me figure this one out. If snap position is just some global meter location, then what I do here is I would take snap position, some global place, and I would be adding this times cell size So then here do I need to scale position? Does position need to scale? Somewhere. Okay. Let's just look at this. Okay. Cell position is vector 2i, xy. Or I guess this would be cell offset. So given whatever cell I'm in right now, essentially from snapped position, I'd want to look this many cells left and right. So then P radius, this is wrong. So I will make I would have a cell radius here. So cell radius would just be, this is just P radius times V radius again. Cell radius would just be rounding up my radius over cell size. Also over vertex spacing, right? Because this is a scaling factor. So this is where I need this one. So it would be cell size would be scaled by vertex spacing. So this would be like P radius over Is it seal? Yeah. Divided by so if my radius is like 1, it'd be 1 over... I'm just rounding up so I can make sure I can grab it. At the very least, the first cell that... Whatever. It makes sense. So my radius is 1. 1 over vertex spacing times cell size. So I basically just have to take cell size and scale it by this. So cell size times scale. So if my scale is double, I'd want to consider fewer cells, right? Because the number on the bottom would go up. If my cells were smaller, I want to consider more cells. So the number goes up. Or the number increases because the bottom decreases. And then I round it up. Okay. So this is making sense now. So my cell offset, and then one sec. Okay. Okay, so I have the right count of cell radius. Okay, cell radius is scaled. Now I need to go from that to figuring out the true cell locations that I have. So I need to know that the cell position I'm requesting is valid. So cell offset would be like, snap position still is like a global position. So I have to get so cell position must be snapped position adding this times maybe I need to make like cell scale. Like that. Okay. Now we do this times cell scaled size. Okay. So then I check that the region is real. And this would be cell location is going to be region location times this plus this cell offset. Actually, so I want to bring this back. And then cell center is going to be cell position plus vector 2 times that. Half the scaled size. And then I compare the distance. Like that. And it's always integers. Okay. 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 This might be it. So now I just need to make sure that snapped position is just some global, like properly scaled meter location, really. So as long as it's like I guess I can snap it to cells. So I can snap it to the nearest increment of a cell. So I guess I don't need this. I just have to compute some snapping. I could literally just make it simple and just round it to the nearest meter. But technically I don't need to change anything until I would have traveled far enough that effectively my cell position would have to be different. So I think I still want to snap it to the nearest corner of a cell. So what that would look like is I'm just gonna write it out. What would be the x-axis? I want to snap it to the nearest cell, but where that cell would be after it's been scaled. So it'd be like cell size times vertex spacing. Right? And was it utility functions round? Just do round. I totally hate this. Alright, you know what? I'll do that. I'll bring this one back. Snap to cell. Nope. Nope. So we must travel at least a meter to update, no matter what. So this isn't like snapping to a cell. I just hate how like long this line is. It just sucks. I mean, maybe I just tab it in twice, and that's all I do. I just leave it 2 tabs. I'm literally getting hung up on formatting right now. Is this correct? Target position over the cell size times vertex spacing. So if cell size is 32, vertex spacing is 1. Running this to an integer. What does this do? Oh, this does math? Okay. So I guess whoa, what did I just do? What is that? Why does it read 1 extra? I don't know. Math, round. Nearest cell intersection. Steps of 1 meter. So it only really break down if you're doing like vertex spacing, whatever like 0.03125 is. It would break down if you get that small. So this is mapping it to the nearest cell, but keeping in global space. So I'm taking cell size and I'm amplifying it by vertex spacing. And this translates it into that. So if cell size is 32, if cell size is 32, and vertex spacing is 1, this should be target position over 32. Round that to whatever the nearest thing is, and then I think multiply this whole thing by cell size. No. No, 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 no. I think it's just this, isn't it? Or do I round it? I hate this. Just start with vertex spacing. Okay. So now we have translated us into... Gosh, you know, No, this doesn't make any sense. Okay. This is like the hardest thing to figure out. What do I want this to be? The nearest cell intersection, but, you know, in 1 meter. I'll just leave that out. Snap position, nearest cell intersection. The nearest cell global position. Snap to 1 meter. Okay. So this is not the nearest cell intersection. So how do I make it the nearest cell intersection? So there's a cell scale. Essentially, I want to... Yeah, I guess I would be like... Why do I think of this? I divide it by the cell scale. Okay. This is like taking me... This is so difficult for me to figure out. Okay. Alright, so it says 32. Alright. I've now mapped myself down to, like, if I was at 32, I'd be at 1. So now I do need to multiply this back out by cell scale. Which times a float doesn't really support that. So I guess I need to do 2 roundings. Right? It's just... This should be the floor. This is where the floor is. The round is to get us from 0 to 1. So we get out of... We basically are dropping that. So if we're... The near cell intersection, okay? This gets me that near cell intersection. But then I need to scale this back up to the original unit, because I just divided it by cell scale. So if I divide by 2, let's say my position is 1 and my cell size is 2, I want to get the nearest increment of 2. So I take 1, divide by 2, and I round it, that would round up to 2, or round up to 1. And then I have to multiply this by 2. So 1 becomes 2, or 0.9 becomes 0. Okay? That's what this does. And that seems correct. But cell scale can, of course, be some arbitrary real type. So I need to handle it correctly. And I think the best way to do that is just flooring it. Just dropping the... dropping it... I think it's towards negative infinity. Right? There's always a weird thing about that. Okay, what is the difference? I'm deleting that. Cell scale, cell radius. Cell offset, cell position and snap position plus offset times scale size. Then I get the cell position. Which is a real type. So cell. Okay, so yeah. So this is not right. Cell position here should be this. Make this a vector 2. And this will be cell offset. Times that. V2, V3. And then cell center would be cell position plus this unit here. Okay. So now snapped position is in global space. And it's doing the same thing. If we are cell center times cell scale, right? So these two should be perfect opposites of each other. Cell origin plus 0.5 times scaled size cell and vertex spacing. Okay. Okay. This has been an absolutely ridiculous thing. Maybe I'm just tired. Probably. Maybe I'm just stupid. What was wrong with it? Oh, I am not passing in the vertex. Which is weird because I thought I did. But I must not have. Yay. It's already a bit weird. Yeah, it's really weird. That's crazy. This seems right. These are like completely all over the place. Like what? When does recycle happen? Recycle happens before generate, so okay. So this would be like 64 over 32 times 2. So I would actually want to do look at one cell back and forth. So I get the cell offset. Cell position would be a vector 2 of the snapped position. Which again, I'm just going to verify this is right. I'm just going to go over here. Until I'm like near 0. Which I happen to know that this is pretty much at 0. Right, 0 is here. So if I go up, generating collision at 0, which is right underneath this road, which is unselectable for some reason. Right here. So this is just really strange. Generating cell at -6. That's just definitely not correct. It's at 64. It should be looking at like... Oh no, that actually is correct. Never mind, that would be right. That is correct. But I'm not sure why I get it is strange though. So I have a region size of 128, which if I look at this, that's 4 actually, so I shouldn't be hitting 6. That's weird. Well, no, I mean, no, this range is definitely way too large. All right, let me change this to 32. Move up, down. So it said we will generate at... I mean, that's just definitely not correct. It should be doing 0, 0. And this should be like -4, 0. -4, -4. And then 0, -4. Or I guess it's actually -4 and 0. 4, 4, 4, 0. 5 isn't wrong. 5 is definitely wrong. So how did it get that number? So I'm taking region location. Oh, perhaps this is... No, that's right. It'd be like -1. Oh. I think I get it. I think I get it. Okay. I thought I was being smart by saving some time or something, but it's definitely not correct. Alright, so this line's definitely going to go back to this, like, this. Cool. And this should be cell position. And then apparently I missed the parentheses over here. Alright, so that's definitely what it should be. Okay. There's definitely a sharp decline in efficiency at some point. But this has to be done. I gotta start getting more things done in a day. Wow, that looks really nice. But will it stay? Good. 64. So I should be right near the center of one where I can flip a whole batch back and forth. And the stutter is really bad. Okay. Now, the real test. Does it work with vertex spacing? That's like an instant no. That looks really wrong immediately. Yeah, I'm in the wrong cell. It's just so weird. Like, what is this? It's like missing a whole cell in the middle here. By 32, and I will go back to 0. Okay. I don't think that's really correct, but maybe it's close enough. Alright, let me just put a couple trees around here. Okay, 0, 0. So there's something just incorrect happening immediately. Something was immediately wrong. Those could be right. You know, let me just see if like generating is like reading the correct values. Okay, no, it's or is it? That was 4. I mean, it seems right. No, it's wrong because it's doing the same cell twice. What the hell is happening, man? How is this just wrong? As soon as vertex spacing changes, it's wrong. this would be 32 times 1.1. So it's going to be looking in a 4x4 range around you. So it's going to get the cell position, which is going to be your position plus this times that. So we're going to translate ourselves over. And it's probably also a case where we're duplicating some things. So yeah. I think I get what's going on. I think what it's doing is it gets your position, which should be the same position. So there's only like one set of possible positions you can have. And it should always be aligned to the center of a cell. The intersection of a cell. But somehow I go through this and I end up producing the same value twice. Like, this one didn't change. This should have been like 26 or something, and it didn't change. Which doesn't make any sense. That's just not correct. Maybe I need to add 1. Maybe I just need to add 1. Maybe it doesn't get all the cells. I'll do that. I'll add 1. Can't fix everything, right? Like that doesn't fix what's happening here. Something weirder than that is happening. So if I do 64, like, why is this whole section missing? A whole section is missing. This is 26, 1, and 0. Or no, this is 23, 1, and 0. We skipped 24. Like, how? How? How did that get skipped? So it's definitely skipping stuff. It's definitely not just this. This is okay. Yeah, that doesn't fix it, right? That literally just doesn't fix it, right? I'm gonna let this finish before I continue typing. It's just that when I am producing an actual final cell position, this is wrong somehow. This just sucks. It sucks. This isn't... This is wrong. This is the wrong part. Cell center would be cell location, as a vector 2 plus this times cell scaled size. That's what the issue was there. As you can see, because I'm adding cell location, I'm reading cell location, add 0.5 times the scale. Cell location, 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 times the scale. That's what the mistake was. At least one. Now, if I'm fundamentally wrong about more things, then I might have to call it, because it is late. I'm going over my time. And it still was wrong anyway. Like, I just have this whole section that's not... And this one happens twice. How is it happening twice? That doesn't make any sense to me. I think it's just floating point problems. I need some way to do this without including floating points at all. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and say it now. This should not have vertex spacing, period. This should not have vertex spacing, period. And that's that. That's that. Any use of it must be wrong. Any use of it has to be wrong. So I'm going to do nearest cell terrain position. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. The issue with the vertex spacing is because of like just the fact that you can type in whatever the hell number you want. If I was making this terrain thing, I would have never, ever, ever allowed someone to type in this, like, scale setting. You wouldn't do that. You simply wouldn't do that. It's ridiculous. Keep it in integers. As soon as you start doing this stuff, you throw out, like, optimizations with integers. You throw out being able to, like, precisely equate cell 1 with cell 2. Instead, now you have cell 1.25 with cell 1.24. Okay, and you can't match them up like that. Like you can with integers. Okay? So, I have to figure out some way that I can compute a position. Okay. Okay. I'll bring back... I actually should, probably. Bring back the vertex spacing. Because I need this for the distance check. At the very least, this has to be done somewhere down here for the distance check, right? I compute a cell radius using the scaling. I do that. This stuff has to change. So let me start by getting a snapped position that is actually a cell terrain integer. It's a cell terrain integer. No scaling happening here. Okay. So the first thing I have to do is I do have to scale it. I have to scale my position by vertex spacing. Absolutely, I know that for a fact. I need to do that. All I gotta take a short break. I'm gonna take the dog out and feed him, and then I'll come back. Okay. I'm back. Alright. So I've scaled it to terrain world. Okay? Cool. Good. Now this needs to snap to a cell. So then that would be the equivalent of doing this. So this snaps it to the nearest global cell spot. Because what I was going to do is I was going to divide it by the cell size again. And I was going to round that and then multiply it. So this should just be cell size at the end. So now snap position is just the nearest cell intersection. Okay. Am I still passing those in there? Okay, I am. Now up here. This is times cell size. So this has been translated to cell size, right? So now we're in terrain space. So we're not scaled by vertex spacing anymore. Snap position is not scaled by vertex spacing. It is not scaled by vertex spacing. But this one is. So this needs to be scaled by vertex spacing. So it'll be radius squared so if I say 64 meters and my vertex spacing, no. Because cell center would be like 1616, right? But this incoming radius, but that could be scaled. So this is in terrain space, this is in terrain space. So if my vertex spacing is higher, should this value be lower? What? Okay, so let's say my terrain if I put in 32 meters, that means I want 32 meters around me. Those cells should have collision. So if I'm scaled so that the cell size is actually 16, what I'm going to end up computing here is I would actually end up computing too much, this value would be larger than it should be. Also, I think, is like x squared over 2 the same as x over 2 squared? Let me check that really quick. No, it's not. Okay, well. And just to see the original. Right, okay. What I could do in this case snap position is like it's been descaled. I hate it. I hate it. I hate the scaling stuff. I hate it. Stop. Don't do it. Scale literally everything else in your game manually. Leave the terrain at 1. Okay? Or double it. Okay? You can have 1, 2, and 4. And then no more scaling options. Just those ones. Whole integers. Because like it's like I could rant about this forever. It is fundamentally wrong to go in here and type in 1.1. Never do that. You should not be doing that. You literally shouldn't be doing that. Just leave it at 1 and like paint your terrain to be a larger scale, okay? Paint your terrain to be larger. If you're loading from a height map, scale up your height map and then load that in. Alright? If you're making a game where you're playing like a little mouse, okay, and you want everything to be larger, don't go in here and type in, okay, well, I want a mouse to be 1 meter in my game, so let's scale this one up by 50. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Make your mouse literally larger and just draw bigger terrain to match. Okay? Take your chair that's like 2 meters tall. That's really tall, Sarah. Take your chair that's like a half meter tall and scale it up so that it looks like the size it would be if you were a mouse. Okay? Don't scale everything down and then, you know, stupid stuff, okay? Whatever you're doing it wrong. If you go into vertex spacing and you type in any number besides 1, 2, and 4, you're doing it wrong. I can understand doing 2 because you're like, okay, well, you know, I want a bigger terrain. I don't need so much precision. Fine. Should not be typing in floating point values. That doesn't make any sense. You're crazy. You're crazy for using it, and the people are crazy for supporting it. Crazy. I would not be spending so long trying to make this work if it was just 1. If it was just 1, it would work. But because it can't, it might be 1.1, it might be 0.27. It has to work all the time. So I gotta bend over backwards and figure out how to make sure everything is scaled, cached correctly, first of all, so we can actually save some time and make sure your game isn't laggy as hell. It's already really bad. But it'd be way worse if every frame I was checking to see if you moved. And if even you didn't, sometimes it would say you did because just floating point moved you for like 0.00001 meters. So I was like, oh, this is an update. Let's rebuild all the collision. Let's recompute the cells. Snapped position is in terrain space, so it's going to be 0, 32. It's always going to be that, right? Let me verify this. We scale it, we divide it by cell size, multiply by cell size. So it's in cell scale. So it's 0, 32, 64, like that, okay? Cell center, 0, 32, 64, okay? Radius. What does radius have to be here? Radius needs to be scaled, I think, by vertex spacing. So, if I type in 64, and cells are larger, 32 has been scaled up to 64. Let me think about scaling down. Maybe scaling down is going to be easier to understand. If a scale that is 32 has been scaled down to 16, so what would happen? Let me just pretend for a second that the square root of 2 is 1, okay? Or 0.5, or whatever it would be. I don't know. Anyway, what I'm getting at is the diagonal across is going to be 1 step forward, okay? If a cell is 2 by 2, and I've marked the middle, the distance to the center is going to be, I'm just going to say this is 1. Okay? The distance to the center is 1. This would be scaled so the distance to the center would be like 16 or something. However, the cells are much smaller. The radius would not go as far as it needs to go. Because this result would always say 16. No matter what scale the cells are at. So cells could be huge, and my radius could be 32 or something, and like I wouldn't even reach that point, I guess, because that's one issue with scaling too. You would have to start increasing your radius because you have to account for the fact that you've scaled up your terrain, so now you have to scale up your radius. Stop. That's why it's bad. That's why it's bad. That's literally why it's bad. That right there, the fact that you have to do that is literally why it's bad. You have to touch 2 dials at the same time. Bad. No. But radius only makes sense to be given in like true units. So if I type in 32, I better expect that I'm not getting a cell more than 32 meters away from me loading in. But if I've scaled up the terrain, now I have to scale that up to like 100 or something so that the cell center, which is 100 meters away from me now, will get loaded, even though I'm standing right inside of it. That's the issue with the scale. That's why it's bad and it should have never been implemented here, and they should literally just delete it. It's bad. That's why this is a bug, and that's why I'm spending like literally hours trying to figure this out, figure out the way to do this, because I'm getting stupid things where I'm just like totally excluding a whole column of the world because of rounding errors. Because I'm using floats instead of integers. It's why I'm generating the same cell twice sometimes. Generating cell 25 and 2, 25 and 2. That wouldn't happen if I was just using integers. But because I have to account for the terrain being scaled and the radius being a floating point, instead of like a cell radius, it's bad. Super bad. And I mean, technically what this should be doing is it should be looking for the closest point on the cell, the outline of the cell. Essentially seeing if the cell overlaps a sphere is what it should be doing, or a circle. But screw it, I'm just gonna stick with cell center. I don't know how I'd even implement that. Maybe that would make a lot of this way simpler if it was written that way. Radius. Is radius multiplied or divided, or not even scaled at all, or something else scaled? I mean, I think radius has to be multiplied by vertex spacing. Here's why I think that. Because if cell center to cell to snap position is going to be in terrain space. So 1 meter is 1 meter. Or one vertex is 1 meter. Radius would have to be multiplied by vertex spacing. So that 1 meter becomes 2 meters. Or 1 meter becomes half a meter. No, that doesn't make any sense. Alright, I've got it. This is just what it should be. I'm gonna stop trying to, like, understand it. And I'm just gonna write it. This is what it should be. That should be like that. Okay. I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna assume that's correct. Now, here I have my radius. And I need to figure out how many cells out can this be to get a cell radius. So this seems correct to do it like this, dividing by the cell size times the vertex spacing, the scale size. But right, this is in terrain space. Yeah? Right, so this is now back to terrain space. Snap position is a terrain space thing. So I will just add that. And then now here, V2I to V3. This is already divided by vertex spacing. So I have to multiply this again by vertex spacing, because this is going to divide it. It's going to divide it, right? So I need to multiply it again so that this division doesn't affect that. So cell position, oh, this should be times cell size. This is not in cells, this is like terrain space. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. So this is in terrain space. I need to convert it to global space with this multiplication. Okay. All right. I hate this naming stuff, by the way, but it's gonna stay. So cell position. Cell position is always used like this. So here's what I'll do. Vector 2i v3 of this whole thing multiplied by vertex spacing. Okay. So now we can just use it like that. And I'll call this global cell position. Maybe that's a bit better. So now there should be no rounding issue here. Or weird stuff happening. Now radius squared is another thing again. Gotta write it like that. Okay. What? Oh. Right. Instantly not correct. Okay. What is this? Oh, I'm just missing trees there. Okay. It just looks weird because I didn't have any trees there. Let's put some in. What the hell is going on, man? Doesn't make any sense. Just go back to 0. It's immediately wrong. It's just immediately wrong. Nope. And this is why the scaling is just bad. Because you would I don't think there's a way to avoid this happening. Where it just decides not to do these ones because the center is just actually too far away from you. Which I tried to fix by scaling it. It's apparently not right. So am I supposed to... multiply it? Should it be multiplied together? So if you double it, you get further. No, this sucks. It's so bad. This is literally just so bad. It's like, it's so weird. I don't get it yet. I don't... How did I even do that? How did I even do that? It's just not making sense to me. This is what it should be. This is what it should be. So I do this. I'll just give myself way more logs. I don't think this is ever going to make sense. I think this is like fundamentally impossible to do. It might just be. Because of this scaling thing, you can't... you can't have a snapped position to a cell location and also compare it to a radius of a non-snapped scaled position. It just, I mean, the amount of words I have to use there to describe that is snapped, a scaled snapped cell position to a scaled radius. Like, what the hell am I, what's going on? None of it makes sense. Okay. Let's go to the center. See where it starts going bad. We'll do 32. Removing cell, which is more than... So it should have been the other way around. My radius is 32, this number should have been larger than 32. This is where it's immediately wrong. It's wrong here. Cell center. Why is it like a 0.6 there? Interesting. Cell center, which I'm assuming is these two over here, is more than 29 meters. Which, I mean... Let's go back here. Let's go positive. So go here, then I'll go up. In fact, I'll start here and go up. Generating cell 0, 1. Okay. Up 1. Generating cell 0, 2. So it did this one. Then it said this one is too far away. Snap position is 3264. And the distance between that one, this should have been smaller, right? Yes, it should be smaller. But also no. Maybe this is what I do. I round vertex spacing to the nearest power of 2. So once I hit 2, then I'm dividing my radius in half. Let me read this. Distance range within which collision shapes will be generated. Let me reload the scene from this position. What does it do? What the hell is all that? What? Do I just tell them, fuck you, I give up? Do I say that? Should I say that? Should I say your fundamental mistake from years ago is caught up to you and you have finally reached hell? Maybe I have the vision for how to deal with this. Maybe I have the vision. I go back to regular radius squared. I snap myself to the position, to the center. And I take snapped position, which I will scale. I'll scale this back out. And I take cell center and I scale it back out. So these both essentially need to be multiplied by this one. Oh, this is wrong. Oh, no, that was right. Maybe that's why it was getting weird. Okay. Let me just write this. Okay, so this is still good. This should have been cell size. I just missed that. So that was a mistake there. But then this needs to scale up to true scale. So I need to scale it. And then snapped position. I'll do this out here. Like, look how many times I have to do this stupid ass fucking multiplication. Like, that alone should be... should be like, hey, this is weird, right? Yes, it's weird. It's wrong. Vertex spacing is just littered all over the place. Like, why are we doing it? I did a bunch of changes to try and get this to go away, and it worked, but as soon as I touch the vertex scale, then it all just goes weird. So I gotta literally throw it back into everything. Everything has to be multiplied or divided by this value for anything to make sense. Constantly. It's a waste of time for something that 99% of people are probably going to leave at 1. And some people might set to 2. And then the crazy people who are probably never going to finish anything are going to set it to like 0.125 because they want a little bit larger, or 0.8 because I don't know, they think they're getting more detail. Crazy. There should be like hard set options. 0.25, 0.5, 1, 2, 4, and that's it. That's all you get. Those scales are powers of 2. And they can always be represented as integers. You can just multiply 0.25 by 4, 0.5 by 2. 1 stays at 1. Man. So cell center, true position. Scaled position, true. Radius, true. Down here. I need, vector 2, scaled position. All right. And then this. Should be good now. Because snap position is scaled by vertex spacing here. This multiplication is essentially just to do this divided by this, and then this divided by that. Multiplying on the bottom has the same effect. Okay. So I'm at 32, vertex spacing 0.9. In general, I should see these 4 around me all the time. As soon as I don't see 4 around me, there's a problem. Oh my god. So what happened? What happened? Why did that not work? I mean, the real question is, how many attempts before I say, this is actually just not possible? How many attempts? This is probably my sixth try now. I'm trying to figure this out. Snapped position. Global cell position. This times cell size. What it seems like to me is I have to be getting the same cell location. Somehow this is giving me the same cell location. I don't see how. Okay, I give up. I'm gonna tell him I can't figure this out. That's it. I let's try this. Let's do git diff and start over. Check git log. Fixed distance. So yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do switch instance collision. Git log. I'm going to get git log. Yeah. Force push that. Delete that one. Okay. Check that we're back here. Okay, cool. I want to go to, let me close that. Does this point to that? No, it does not. Okay. Gonna review this, that it still is good. Also, remember I said I was gonna do this as a separate commit. I failed. I forgot to do that. I just didn't. And you should reject the calls if you're not in manual with an error. Okay. Force push that. I did that right, yeah? Yeah, okay. Okay. So. And everything's going to expand again. I will mention this. The one thing I can say for sure is that the snapped position should be aligned to cells, not to shapes. Shape size. But from there, I never got anything better than working at the origin on any scaling other than 1. As soon as you move away, some cells, or I'm just gonna say it just kind of looks totally random. With picking cells to generate and remove. This is gonna take me weeks. To get freaking trees, man. To get trees to have colliders on them when I walk around. It's literally gonna take me weeks. But why doesn't it work? I gotta call it. Just we need to diagram it so I can, like, you know, see at what point the logic in my mind is flawed. If I take my position, I snap it to a cell location. So it'd be 0 at the origin. Cell number 1 would be 1. Cell number 2 would be 2, right? That would be nice. Then from there, if I also had the radius option, I'll even mention this. I think to avoid the headache of vertex scaling, it might be better to have the instance radius be by cell instead of meters. That way we just say radius of 2x2 cell area for radius 1, a 4x4 area for radius 2. The downside is this would have to be changed in tandem with vertex spacing if cells become very large or small. But that downside probably, or that downside doesn't go away when using meters, because users would still have to play with that slider anyway if the cell centers get too far from snapped positions. But then it probably needs to go back to shape sizes to fix that. I literally can't, like, I can't even articulate any of this because this scaling thing is just such an issue. It's a massive problem. A slider for cell radius doesn't work because you can scale the terrain. A slider for meters doesn't work because you can scale the terrain. If I increase the vertex spacing, I have to increase the radius. If I decrease the vertex spacing, I have to decrease the radius. Both ways. So should I just say this is in, like, unscaled terrain units? But then that wouldn't make sense because then I'd be loading stuff very far away from me that I probably don't need to load. So basically, most people, everyone would just set this to like 1 or 2 and go no higher than that. I'm just gonna delete that message. I literally am just gonna delete that message. I delete the message. I don't know what would work. I'm literally just totally lost. I can tell you this is my project. At this point, I'm saying literally screw vertex spacing. I'm deleting it. I would delete it from the whole project at this point. That is a massive issue. Because like I said, 99% of people are just going to leave it at 1. Small free people might set it to 2 or 0.5. But we have the support for the insane person who's going to set this to like 0.79 and expects that their radius 32 is going to work. Predictably. They're going to have their 4 cells around them always loaded. That wouldn't be true because once you get far enough out, there's going to be points where it just says, yeah, those 2 cells actually are kind of too far away now. So we can't use those. Honestly, I don't even get why that happens. I genuinely don't. Like, was something did I scale something wrong? Like that's literally the question. Did I miss a division? Did I miss a multiplication? Because I have to put vertex spacing in damn everything. Let me think about this. I'm already like wrong. Like as soon as I type a snap, I'm like, okay, that's actually wrong. What would I like to do? Okay. Give a radius in meters. And then snap to the nearest cell intersection. Compute, and I'll say to remove. Why are we in tabs? It's gonna be tabs. Yeah, it's gonna stay tabs. Alright, whatever. I hate tabs. There's gonna be tabs. Okay. To remove. Compare distance between intersection and cell center. If it exceeds radius, remove. Like, literally, I don't, this is so simple. Where does the logic make it bad to generate? It's the same thing. Compare distance between intersection and cell center. If it is within radius, add. That's my, it's always wrong. Somehow that's always wrong. Every way I tried it, it was wrong. All right. Just gonna try it. I'm just gonna literally do it again. Okay. Also, I guess this is actually a vector 2. I guess. Get collision target position. What is that? It's a vector 3. Okay, good. It is a vector 3. Okay. This should be an integer. So just do math, round. Target position x over times cell size, right? In fact, should literally just be able to copy this and change that. And then do, I'll actually write it here. Yeah. Maybe that's not allowed, so I'm just gonna write it out here anyway. All right. And then I want to remake it if these are not, if these are the same, then I'm skipping. Okay. All right. And this should be, check the position I'm in is like a real place. Okay. All right. Okay. Recyclable instances should be really simple. Like, this is pretty much already correct. It is actually literally correct. Snap position is not scaled though. That's the thing. So So cell center scales. Snap position has been divided by this. So this is in terrain space. So it needs to be scaled back out. Is what needs to happen. Right. I'm convinced this must be correct. I descale it here, so we're in terrain space. I have to go back to global space, which is a multiplication. Not for this one. This is the one that's been difficult to get right. So snapped position is currently descaled. When I pass it in here, it gets descaled again. One sec. Right, here's an idea. I compute the cell that I'm standing at immediately. I immediately compute that cell. I figure out where that is. I mean, I literally already have it, actually. It's snapped position, right? Snapped position is the spot. So, I gotta call it. I have to go to bed. Idea. We already have the cell intersection. Just go from there. no scaling should be needed, except for the distance check in the loop. Probably need to extract the pause mod method. I gotta call it. I could keep going. I actually just have to stop. Okay. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow.